what kind of time frame are we talking for a standard 32-page picture book?
Okay, I don't know how to answer that if there's publishers listening, because I want to get one of those where they give you 6 months. I've never gotten that. I've gotten anywhere from 2 months to 4 months.
Oh, really?
It's time for Gab and Doodle.
Good evening, everyone. How's everybody doing? It is Gab and Doodle with me, Mark Hoffmann, your ghost with the most. I guess that actually fit. I was going to say the host with the most, but I said ghost with the most, which fits because it's Halloween-ish time. It's October. We're watching Gab and Doodle. Today we have on Laura Zarrin. Laura Zarrin does picture books and chapter books and early readers and things of that sort. Has a great amount of books. The Katie Woo books and these Wallace and Grace books, there's tons and tons of them that have these lovely illustrations throughout. We're going to have a chance to chat with Laura in a little bit, so hold on to those questions because that will be coming up. Let me hold on a second. I just need to make sure I get my feed up and running. Here we go. Again, if you have questions or comments, you can put them in the comments for us. In fact, let me make sure I put that in here as well. The standard is ask us anything. Let me boom, send, and I'm going to pin that comment so you can put those in there. I'm posting to it's on Instagram right now. I'm going to post to YouTube. I have some stuff that I'm going to post. I actually haven't had a chance to do the last few of them, so I'm going to put up a few at the same time. Tonight we're working on, just to give you a heads up on sort of what I'm working on, and I will ask Laura as well on hers, but I'm making a little comic page. It's a little weird. My wife doesn't quite get it. I'm going to try to make it as clear as possible, but it's this little comic that I'm going to make. So let me let our guest in, and in fact, let me do a little switcheroo on my camera. Right there. Ooh, I try to make that as smooth as possible. Hey. And Laura, you know Gina, which is lovely. So we can chat Gina. We can gossip about Gina. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to make that taken care of here. I'm just getting a few little odds and ends together, but it takes a second. Oh, I forgot my water. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Are you? I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I've been avoiding you for a couple years, but I guess I finally had to do it.
You caved.
I know.
How long have we been at? I didn't realize it was that long, but
I feel like it is. I'm not
okay.
sure. I'm trying to turn the volume up a little bit.
Okay. But either way, we finally wore you down to the point that you could say no longer.
Yeah. We'll see how long I can sit still here, though.
Yeah, no. like I said to everybody, we're appreciative of the time, and I know that like giving up a portion of your day is always difficult for an illustrator with deadlines and challenges of life and everything. So we are very thankful for that. And I say we because my wife is also, she helps arrange and organizes some of this as well. So
nice.
On behalf of her as well. There we go. So first of all, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for asking.
And tonight we're going to work, we're going to doodle, we're going to make, do all these things. But I know you from the book series that you worked on, the Katie Woo and the Wallace and Grace books that are out there. But for those that don't know you, for those weirdos, those strangeoids that are out there going, who is this person?
Exactly.
Yeah. Can you give a little rundown of who you are and what you do?
I'm an author illustrator. The author part's new.
Okay.
For I don't know how many years I've been doing that, but as an illustrator, it's more than 30 years.
Yeah.
So I took a really big chunk out in the middle when my kids were little, or actually when my kids were growing up, and then came back, and it was a lot harder coming back than it was starting the first time.
Why was that? What's the?
I don't know. I went to the first time, early in my career. I went to an Illustrators Day in Pasadena, California, run by SCBWI.
Okay.
And I got 6 books out of that with a packager, so not with a publisher.
Yeah.
So it was like everything was starting off great. But over the 10 years or so that I was out, you know, the whole industry changed, and
Yeah.
the internet became a big thing because there was no internet, I don't think, when I started.
Yep. Yep.
And it just, competition got more fierce, and I realized I really needed to up my game.
Okay.
So I spent some years doing that. I'm still doing that. I mean, we always do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Always
That makes
do.
sense. I mean,
Yeah.
I started in the era where like the internet just started. No, a lot of people didn't have websites and things of the sort. And it was a totally different, like, it's now looks like the Wild West, where people are like sending out a single postcard with an image and like a phone number going, call me.
I know. I started out as a designer. I went to San Jose State and got a degree in graphic design and illustration.
Okay.
And I think I was put on the spot one time when the teacher said, okay, what do you want to do after graduation? And I had no clue. It was just freelance. So I said, kids books? And she said, oh yeah, your stuff's suited to them. I'm like, oh, thank God. Okay, good.
You got the like pat on the back saying like you figured
exactly.
it out.
I'm like, pass that test. But you know, back in those days, I made up packets with samples and stuff, and I got a really great education client who kept me busy for years.
Okay. Yep.
Like I said, I went to SCBWI events and got work. But you know, the SCBWI events, there's tons of talented people. There's tons of talented people all over the world now.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're competing against the entire world.
Which
is daunting.
It is a little scary. I mean, at the same time, you know, I understand the privilege that we have, that we've established ourselves potentially before the internet blew up in a way.
Yes.
So there's at least some like understanding.
Exactly.
And you adapt. You don't have to start. But although
and it makes a lot of things easier. It really does. I think it's a little more trouble since the pandemic, because now the postcards, do they work? Is anyone in the office? How do I know who's in the office and who's not? You know, so it gets harder to promote.
I think my wife even just recently asked, because I talked to people about going to visiting the publishers they work with, and she said, well, you know, one of the publishers that we work with is just down the street from us, and she said, have you ever considered asking them? And honestly, I have considered, but I also know that like 75% of the workforce is not in that site. Or not on the grounds of whatever their, you know, the publisher is. And then on top of that, the reach that they have right now, it's not just that they're like at their apartment that's 2 blocks away. It is, they are across the country in certain cases. And so like it's changed so dramatically.
Exactly. So it's a different world. It's a different world now. And you know, publishing is just in a weird place right now. So.
I do want to talk at some point. We don't have to talk about it now, but that idea of like having to reintroduce yourself to the industry is such a fascinating. Like I've transitioned jobs, but I have not stepped away and then come back, which is that's an interesting sort of take, especially for a lot of folks who are either you know, in the same situation. They had kids, they you know, had jobs or whatever they got in the middle of it, and now they got to come back and sort of rebrand themselves and refigure out sort of what they're doing is a great sort of topic to delve into. But let's talk a little bit about what we're going to make tonight, what we're going to do.
Okay, I have a preliminary sketch. As I told you offline, the idea of drawing publicly is not something I like to do.
Okay. It's just you and me. You can turn off the comments.
Okay.
Just us talking.
Yeah. You know, being an artist illustrator, it's like, it's so up and down. It's like, you know, one day I'm like, oh my God, I love what I do. And the next week or so, like, I hate everything. It's all bad. It's terrible.
I'm right at the end of a deadline, or the mid-October is the deadline. And I'm like right at the tail end. And I'm at that point where it's just like the stress of like, I have so much to get done. And then you get something done and you're like, oh, I don't have as much to do. And then the next time you sit down, you're like, I have so much to do. And it's this, it is that like crazy roller coaster.
Yeah. And then finish it and you're like lost. Now what do I do?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So it's funny, the like universal truths to this job, that it doesn't matter what style you have. It doesn't matter, like, even the publisher you're working with or whatnot. We all go through these like weird ebbs and flows and like personal journeys along the way that are so true to all of us.
Yes.
So tonight, what is the sketch though? Like, what you said you sketched it out.
Well, I'm trying to beef up my portfolio. So I don't have any dinosaurs in my portfolio.
Okay.
So I have a T-Rex roller skating, which may or may not have little dinosaurs that are unidentified skating around him. I'm not sure. I like to create mayhem.
Okay.
But it depends on can I pull this one off.
Okay. Makes sense. The idea of like what's great about hearing that is that you're for all those people that are out there sort of looking into starting a career in this or continuing a career, is that idea of like reassessing your portfolio and going, what am I missing? I mean, you've been doing it more than 30 years.
Yeah.
There has to be some stuff in there that's missing, but also like, if it is there, how old is it? Does it look old? Does it need to change? Like all of that. So dinosaurs totally makes sense. And that's such a good, like,
it's kind of a staple.
Yeah. There's certain things that you got to learn how to draw. You got to learn how to draw a dog. You got to learn cats. You got to learn how to draw dinosaurs. Sometimes construction material.
Yeah.
Like there's certain things that hit the kid market well. So
exactly. Yeah. I also need dogs. I need to make sure I don't have 10 chicken pieces because I love doing chickens. Is
that your favorite?
Often I'll take old pieces and redo them too.
Yeah, I've done that.
Style changes or adapts.
Now, do you feel like I'm already asking questions? We haven't even started drawing.
That's good. Let's solve that whole drawing thing.
Do you feel guilty taking? Because I still have this like thing of like, it's an idea I already did, and so like it's done. And when I go back to redo something, there's a little guilty conscience of like, oh, I should be making something brand new, even though I'm aesthetically updating or I'm changing things or it's it's altering it in some way. There's still this like thing in the back of my head that goes like, that's somehow cheating the system, even though I'm not.
I guess I like cheating the system.
Yeah.
No, I have that.
Okay.
If it's something I really, really like, but I know that the craft isn't up where it needs to be, or I have a better way of approaching it, I really want to redo it because I love the idea and I want to take it out of my portfolio, but it's not helping me. So it needs to be reworked.
I get that. I end up altering something like the piece I made last week was a train piece, but it's similar in vein. Like the setup to it is similar in vein to a fire truck piece I made. So it was like change the fire truck into something else, and then look, it's new. So material wise, there's lots of questions that have already popped up that I want to get to when we get going. But material wise,
I use iPad with Procreate almost exclusively.
Okay.
I used to do things more traditionally. I was originally a color pencil artist, but it's too tight. I'm always on the hunt to be looser and looser and looser.
Okay.
And color pencil was not loose. It was very, very, very tight.
Okay. Gotcha.
And it takes forever. You can't make a living when you're spending that much time.
Or you have no personal life, no time for sleep, etc.
Yeah.
Can you give me constantly. Can you give me 1 second here real quick? Laura? Playtime Pet Resort tried to call me.
Sorry, what was that?
Playtime Pet Resort tried to call me. Can you call them back?
Okay.
Sorry. We just had to drop our dogs off and they just called, so I don't know what the...
Oh, no.
We'll find out what that means. Sorry. So Procreate, one of the things that shift to Procreate, in fact, one of the questions that someone had for you was that, like, how did you decide to switch to digital after doing sort of analog materials? But for the people, since when I have someone that's using analog materials, I'm like, okay, what kind of paints are they? What brand, etc. Procreate, it's Procreate. But I want to ask one question that's related to that, that's sort of specific to the person. What brushes do we use? Do you have like brush packs, or is there like... I
have 100 million brush packs.
Yeah. How many do you actually use?
I use probably less than 10 consistently.
Okay.
I'm going to get the name wrong, but is it Adelson Farias? I think I have several of his, like the watercolor ones. Also, Lisa Gantz comes out with some good ones. She's from South Africa.
Yep.
And she has a lot of really cool textures, and I love texture.
Is an art in itself. Like, I don't understand how people do it, but when they make a
Yes.
good brush, like it's so addictive to go get a new brush, and then you're like, how do I use this? How do I implement it?
It's like art materials. It's like,
Yes.
if I buy this paint, I will suddenly be a fantastic painter.
Yeah, yeah,
Same with the brushes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just trying, honestly, I'm trying this year and next year to try to get more analog stuff back in, because I'm feeling a little more constrained. I want more mistakes. I want more, I don't know, I want more of the real stuff. But then again, it's not comfortable anymore. Even drawing in Sketchpad, I'm trying to relearn how to do that, because I'm used, I'm trying to undo things and or squeeze, and you're like, oh, yeah. So it's going to be a process, and it's very frustrating, but
I'm right there with you. I mean, the transition of like when to use, when not to use. This is, and then I'll say this, and then we should probably jump into the painting. But the work that I'm working on right now, I did the entire piece analog. I did everything analog, and I got to the cover, and there's these little tiny marks on the cover that I want to be spot gloss.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have to go into Photoshop and Photoshop out every single little tiny piece. And so I'm going to do it digitally. But then there's this part of me that goes like, oh, but the rest of it's all finished analog. And then I have this one little digital part. And I know that.
Can you tell?
No, you can't tell, but it's the like smart part of me goes, do the easy method of like digitally do it, so I have a layer on top that I can just immediately say like, here's your spot gloss layer and done.
Exactly.
But the artist in me is going like, again, it's that like guilty conscience of like, yeah, but everything but that one piece. And so I have to weigh that out. I've already decided that I'm going to do it the digital way.
Well, I went digital because I was doing a lot of education work, and they really want digital. But also I want to work smarter, not harder.
Yes.
I have limited attention span. I want to get things done, and I know how to do things, and some things are just easier. Like all the changes that you get with education, it's always these weird nitpicky things. So much easier in digital. And
your file storage is a tiny little hard drive, and not a big giant flat file or stack of images over the side. Like I
have 30-something years of stuff, and I'd sell it, except I look at it and I'm like horrified by it. So I don't want to sell it. So I don't know what to do with it. It's just scan it, and yeah. But then you scan stuff and you lose it. You can't remember where it was, or you can't remember doing it, and then you don't look for it. So it goes both ways.
Yep. So why don't we jump into making? I have a setup that's got about I'm gonna guess a 15-second delay. So I can do what we're both doing. So if something comes up, and then again, if you need to, if I remember correctly, you have about 2 hours or something like that. I don't remember
my ability to focus. Yes.
Okay. When you get to that point, just let me know, and we can tactfully send you off into the night to sleep. That sounds really dark.
It's not that late here.
Yeah.
Wait, where? Send me off to dinner.
Oh, where are?
I've been in San Jose, California.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, it's early there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
you can go out and catch the sunset. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I'm gonna switch my down shoot, and we'll just get going.
Mine's gonna be a little bumpy for a minute.
That's totally fine. It's to be expected. This is if you're not used to publicly drawing, I'm guessing you don't have a setup that's this like ready to roll in the same way that I do.
Yeah, you know what? I just realized I can't use the forward camera here, huh? So I can't really tell what the heck's going on here. I'm gonna have to readjust.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Take the time. There's no worry there. Oh, so I get to see the dinosaur though, finally. So
I can't see it. There we go. Hold on.
I have it down to such a science on my end that it takes like a second and I can flip the camera, but I know that if you don't have the same setup, that it takes a while. Look at that desk.
Yeah, my setup's gonna fall apart here.
Look at that desk that it's on. You can see the years of paint.
Yep, I do a lot of acrylic abstract painting. Okay. My goodness.
I went to school, you probably know the name, but Jarrett Krasaska.
Oh, yeah.
A roommate of mine back in the day, and I remember his desk, and I remember sort of like, I've seen his desk. It may have changed by now, but that sort of acrylic painter desk that's just covered in stuff. And I've been using chipboard to try to prevent mine from going too far that direction. But it's the problem is it really does have years worth of stories attached to it. I mean, I think this
It
desk
does.
has got to be 30 years old, if not more.
Wow,
Point,
my thing. That's cool. I cannot get this thing to lock. There we go. Okay, so nope. Well, this is going to be fun.
Okay.
I tested this out so much beforehand, and now it does not want to work.
It's quite all right. Again, I don't think there's a threat of time here to get it solved immediately.
Okay.
I do want to sort of start, as you're still trying to lock that in. Maybe you can sort of give, you gave a little history there, but I want to get into the let's get into the early days. Little you.
Oh my gosh, early days.
Yeah,
Lord.
and sort of like art is a thing. I imagine it was always part of your life.
Oh yeah.
But was there some precipice that sort of like made it real, or was it a gradual transition to going, hey, I can actually do this for, a living or for what have you?
I think it was my absolute aversion to working for anyone else. I really wanted to be home. I knew that. I did not want to go in an office. Okay. This is going to be fun. I'm actually holding it because I can't get my tripod to hold anymore.
What? Oh no.
I'm trying to figure out what do I do now.
Take the time. You can't hold that for a long
Okay.
period of time. Take the time. Don't worry about trying to draw in front of people until we get that sort of settled.
How about I'm going to put this down so my camera will go black a little while I try to hook
that's
that
fine.
up.
That's totally fine.
Okay. Meanwhile, so, I really just wanted to be home. Even as a kid, I hated going to school. I just wanted to be home. And so I spent a long time in college. College took me a while. Because I was trying to think of, how do I make money and also be able to do art? And so, okay, here we go. Let me get it up there.
Let's see what happens with it.
Okay.
I'm watching. And again, you can also pinch the screen to change the scale and proportion of what you're working on. So like if it looks like too tight or something of the sort, you can move it around.
On Instagram?
Yeah, on Instagram, you can actually pinch the screen and it will like widen out the shot and things.
Okay.
Is it locking? Is it being more?
It
more
seems
receptive?
to be, but I'm afraid to touch it.
There it goes. I'm watching a delay again of 15 seconds, so I don't see it yet. I'm watching. It's like watching an AFV where it's gonna change in just a matter of a second. Oh, there it went. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Can you see?
I saw it just fall. Let me look at my actual phone here.
Okay.
That looks good. Minus your screen's a little low in the shot. There you go.
All right.
Perfect.
All right. So I won't breathe. We'll sit here and hope this works. Okay. So there's the sketch. So where were we? What was the question?
We were just talking about sort of early on and sort of the realization that art was a thing, or that you could, pursue this as a career.
Yeah.
And well, I want to know sort of the thought process there. Like, was it something that was provided to you? Like, did you have some sort of mentor that goes, art should be your thing? Or is it something wherein you sort of had to figure it out on your own?
We had a really good art program at my high school. So that helped give me some kind of foundation. And I had an uncle, whoops, that's way too thick. I had an uncle who was a graphic designer. So I knew that kind of thing existed.
Yeah.
But our JC also had a whole lot of good, like books on what is it like to be an illustrator. Because again, before there was an internet.
Yep.
So it's always in the resource center. And I tried some things while I was at school, like coding. Oh my God, I can't code.
Oh, that is.
I think I made my dad code everything.
So when you first got a website, that it was you trying to code it, I assume, or like your dad.
No, he didn't do websites. He was working for Apple, but I did like I think it was Dreamweaver or something.
Yep.
And it was just all this. I don't know. It was awful. You had to make all the assets separately. It was just
It was laborious at best.
It was awful. Yes, it was awful, but I did it somehow. Anyway, so that's what I was doing. And like I said, I started promos early, like right away after school. I was also doing freelance graphic design. So, I had something going on, and I worked as a graphic designer. I made those money mailer coupons.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I used to do those. That was when I first learned. I think Illustrator had just come out and Pagemaker or something.
Pagemaker. Oh man.
Yeah,
Okay. Bring
because in
back.
college they were coding to make art, if you can
Yeah.
imagine that.
Yep.
Which I again can't code.
I think
Brain doesn't work that way.
I was trying to tell students the other day about Quark,
Yep, used
and
to use that too.
where like
Yep.
it wouldn't show you the images. It was like without major workarounds because it was such a sort of lowbrow version of what InDesign is today.
Yes.
And trying to explain to them, yeah, sometimes you just got a gray block that you had to work with.
Yeah. Oh, I don't miss any of that. And none of it. None of it. But I originally wanted to be an archaeologist as a kid. But
Okay.
I love science, but I don't have a science brain. And
Wait.
I
mean,
like all the detail and getting everything just right.
okay.
I just, I want to just do things the way I want to do things. And
What
but
meaning that
I'm
you want
still into
to
that.
meaning that you want to like you don't want to plan out, or what do you mean by
I don't want to have to do all the analyzing, and I just want to let's go dig something up. That'll be fun.
Okay. Yeah, just getting your hands dirty is
or somebody tell me the stories of these people or something. I don't want to have to.
You want a good lecture, or you want a good
entertain me.
Yeah.
Keep me entertained.
I like the simplicity of that. Like, I'm not here for the like I don't know, the pains. I'm here for the treasures and the stories that come with it. I like that sort of setup.
Exactly. So, I want to go to New Jersey. Has a dig site I'm dying to go to. That is from when the last day. Well, when the meteor hit, or the comet, or whatever it is.
Well, I mean, you're out in an area where there's got to be some sort of like anthropology digs and things of the sort, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to get into, indigenous. I don't want to step on indigenous toes on that.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know how that would be at this point. Though I really want to go to the La Brea tar pits. That would be fun.
I mean, wait, the La Brea tar pits are in that like little park, right?
Yeah, down south. So I don't know, 6 to 8 hours away from me.
Yeah. Maybe? Have you been there before at all, or is it?
I don't think so. Maybe as a kid, but I don't remember it. But yeah, I want to go do that.
My wife and I, when we were out in LA ages ago, this was probably, I'm going to guess 15, 16 years ago, something like that. We went and saw that. And it is a strange, like the smell of the tar and it's an interesting location. Like it's just sort of in the middle of LA.
Yeah, weirdly.
Thing. And it is fascinating. The aspect of dinosaurs and like the archaeology thing I've always sort of loved. That I took an archaeology class when I was in school with the hopes that we'd go do a little dig of some sort, but instead it was all a lecture series from the instructor that really didn't tell us how archaeology works. It was a long story, but I still have a fascination with history of some sort like that.
Me too. I love the prehistoric animals, like the giant sloth and the mammoths. And,
has any of that shown up in the work that you've done? Like obviously, like the chapter series, the Katie Wu is probably not like Katie Wu's adventure to Dinosaur Town. It's probably not happening.
Yeah, that never happened.
But
no, I wrote my own. I wrote my own with the prehistoric animals.
Okay.
But it did not sell, so I still have hope for it someday, but it didn't so far.
You gotta put it in when you can, though. Like when you have the opportunity.
Yep.
You slide those stories into the mix.
Yep.
With the idea of sort of the interests outside and so I'm gonna go to the question that I said I wanted to delve into a little bit about sort of the taking the break
Yeah.
and sort of coming back. That idea of sort of stepping away and life experience, thinking
Hmm.
about the archaeology in the sense of like it's this outside thing, and if you can squeeze it into your job, fantastic. But not everybody has that opportunity to get that
Yeah.
sort of to swing that in. But then you have this outside thing in your life, which is family.
Yeah.
Obviously your perception of what you want to do or the need for work changes because now all of a sudden you have kids or because
Yeah.
your kids have grown up and moved away. And I'm wondering sort of, can you talk a little bit about that beyond just the struggle? Can you
Hmm.
talk a little bit about sort of that transition and the, like, how did it affect what you wanted to do?
I think it put me years behind, obviously, because I wasn't working that whole time. But it was what I wanted to do. I was lucky enough to be able to do it. I knew that my focus would be too split because I get too intense about the illustration and everything,
Okay.
and I didn't want to do that. But yeah, coming back, it was really hard, and it was hard to kind of see. I didn't think my work was very good at that point. I thought I really, really needed to step it up, and so that was hard, and I feel like it's taken years. I feel like I'm finally where I feel like, okay, yeah, things are working.
Was it,
Yeah.
when you say your work wasn't sort of like up to par for what you wanted, was that an aesthetic thing? Was that a conceptual thing? Was that like,
I think it was technical. It was the drawing wasn't good enough.
okay.
Especially with humans. I've always liked drawing animals better.
Yep.
And
Classic
that
kidlit
takes
right
time.
there. Yeah. That's a classic kidlit. Like, give me an animal any day over a person.
Please.
Yes. Yes.
So last couple of years, I went through a period where I wasn't doing any animals. I was only doing people. So who knows? But now I'm back to animals. So yeah, it was hard, and I met Tracy Bishop.
I know the name. I can't remember the work or the face right now, but I know the name.
Yeah, we met each other on Twitter back when Twitter was fun, and she's also local. She's 10 minutes from me.
Okay.
And she's a really excellent art director. She can look right at the piece and say, okay, that's not working. Here's why.
Yeah.
And she gave me all kinds of tips, like drawing kids. She had watched the kids programming,
Okay.
especially like you're doing tweens or something, and look at how they move. It's all exaggerated, which is what you're doing when you're doing children's book illustration.
Yep.
And just try to draw from the shows, and that helped. And also, one of the other tricks I have when my drawing just, because sometimes your drawing just feels off. It's like suddenly one day you can't draw.
Yep.
Take favorite artists and just trace what they're doing with tracing paper. Go over with the blue line first, do the structures, and then draw the actual, draw it with pencil. Just to kind of learn what they're doing and just get your brain working in the right way.
Just a study. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, whenever I think, okay, this is not working, I show her, and of course she says, yeah, it's not working. Here, it's this, try that. So she's a fierce critic, and I don't like it, but it's made me a better artist. So
Yep.
I really appreciate it. So if you can find somebody like that. Ugh.
I mean, I know there's the type of artist who says that they like love a harsh crit, but
Yeah.
I think it's I mean, there's a little bit of
love.
yeah, sadomasochism, sort of like
Yeah.
I don't know if that's masochist. I don't know which one's the bad one, which one's the good one. But that self-deprecation sometimes people like for a second because they go like, I'm not good enough and it's going to make me stronger. But you have to go through the pains of having someone go,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's better to get the harsh criticism than to have your work ignored because you're not technically
Yep.
where you need to be. And I had I went through art school with a very, very harsh instructor. So
Where was the school again?
San Jose State.
San Jose. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know the instructor's name. I'm not
I'm not gonna say it.
I know. I was gonna say, but it does have me wondering, like, oh, who is this person? How did they like change you in some interesting interesting manner? Is there so you come back to this field, and obviously like things have changed. You have to go back and go, let me reassess who I am as an artist.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
but there is a point there where now you're like back in the swing of things. And I'm wondering, for those that are listening who are going, I feel this pain, I understand like this need to adapt and feeling sort of, excuse this terminology, but sort of out of date or out of the
Oh
zeitgeist.
yeah, definitely out of date. Yes.
And how did you sort of get past that, or what was the threshold in which you said, okay, I'm back in it, I get it again, or I'm sort of like, uh,
Yeah.
things are moving in
Um,
the right direction?
it, I think it was when I finally got an agent. It took a while to get an agent.
Okay.
And then agents didn't work out. I think I've been through a couple. I have a good one. I have one that's really working well now.
Yep.
So it was like just trying to get to that level where I could get an agent. And then start getting the freelance work, the educational work. Yeah, I don't really know how to answer that. It was just constant, and I always worry about, look, oh, my stuff's too dated. I'm not doing what the trendy stuff is right now.
Yeah.
But if you look at the whole of children's books, it's all over the place. And yes,
Yep.
there are trends, but you don't want to be copying a trend. You want to be your own trend.
I keep telling people that trends at this point, like if you try to jump on what's happening today, you're going to be too late because
Yeah,
it's already happening. And in a certain way,
exactly.
I really believe that it's a bit of a pendulum, that we go
Yeah,
through phases. And so like looking at sort of the, the age of digital, there was lots of like really smooth gradients and things of the sort.
yeah,
And you go through, like, I think for a while we were in the, like, this is going to sound weird, but we were in a very gouache heavy stage,
yep,
and probably are still in it, but we're, in my opinion, I have a feeling we're sort of getting to the tail end of it, where like that gouache painted thing may not be the new, um, the new hip thing, and it's going to transition to something else.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but that idea of almost sticking to your guns and saying, you know what, if I may, like, I'm at a point where I go, well, it may not be my aesthetic as everybody's thing right now, but give
it's
it
never
5 years and it might come back
yeah,
around. Then all of a sudden, it's the bell bottom jeans theory.
oh
It's
yeah,
gonna come back and get us again.
yes.
The Is there, thinking about that, sort of like, um, this is probably a loaded question here, but thinking about that, like the experience and the time that you've had in illustration,
Hmm.
I've had quite a bit of time myself, and you get to a point where you maybe get a little bit more reflective of sort of who you are as an artist, or a better understanding of what you want.
Yeah.
Um, that when you jump back into it, was there, like, did you know what you wanted at the time, or was it still sort of this moment of, how do I find out who I am and what I actually desire as an artist at that moment? I don't know if that makes sense the way I'm phrasing it, but
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what how to answer that. I think I just go back and forth between, if I'm drawing and I'm enjoying what I'm doing, that should translate, rather than me trying to fit what seems to be popular.
yeah,
So I try to keep reminding myself that's where I need to be. Like right now, I'm trying to get as sketchy as possible. Like I'll show you. Can you see this? This is I think I
yeah,
did this a few years ago, and I absolutely love it. I've never been able to reproduce it, but I love it. And I'm trying to get more and more towards that. I don't want there to be such a disconnect between the sketch and the finished piece.
mm.
So I think that that's where I've been aiming all this time. So I'm trying to get more and more sketchy and
Do you,
loose.
yeah, do you, I mean, obviously, like doing digital and doing different approaches, there's so many options to get you to a,
That's the problem. You see
yeah,
me redoing this constantly. That's why when I'm with a pencil, I'm like, oh my God, how do I do this?
yeah, that is a true challenge. Like one of the things that I have struggled with myself is that, like, trying to get things to look like, because I'm coming from the analog stage, and then
Yeah,
sometimes I have to do digital just because of speed, or because of, the
right.
need. And it's like, how do I make sure I maintain that aesthetic? And how do you actually, like, how do I want to put this? How do you make sure that you are not somehow like leaning too heavy to one aesthetic over another, and you want to be in that middle ground, that sort of that lovely spot in the middle where they blend together, but it's not always easy to know how to get to that. Sorry,
Yeah.
you know the destination, you don't know the pathway.
No, I do not. I keep studying other artists who do that, and it's like just to remind myself, look, this is super sketchy. This is like almost not even drawn, and
Yeah.
it's working, and it's in a book. It's published. So what are you worried about?
Is there like one of the things that I've been struggling with, in that same vein, and I want to hear what your take on this is. But I keep looking at, like, I love color, I love shape, etc., and I keep trying to introduce line into my work because I try to like push it out for so long that when I was in school, everybody's like, don't use line, and then I was like, okay, I won't, and I finally figured out why they were saying it. But now I'm kind of like, well, do I have to live by those rules?
No.
But I'm so yeah, exactly. But I'm so ingrained in the like that mindset, or the history of trying to like push that away, that's very hard to bring it back in. And so, like, do you have something that's this like I want to call it like a artist curse that you've been struggling
so
with?
many.
Yeah.
So many. I think I keep tightening up, especially in the painting. Like, you see, I'm trying to do really loose right now. It'll get tight.
Yeah.
And I'll try to make it loose again, and it's just a constant struggle. That's that. Like I showed you in that other one, that probably took me a couple minutes, and I love it now.
Yeah.
And I'll noodle something to death and hate it.
The fast ones are the most frustrating ones, where it happens so naturally, and then you can't ever try to force it. There's no way.
It's like, I drew this. Why can't I draw this again?
Yep.
What the heck?
Is there a piece, like, thinking about that same thing? You made that little piece, and then is there a piece though that's got that same thing of like, you've been trying to make a specific piece for years and you've never quite hit what's in your head, and it's like the equivalent of, there are certain images that I have in my head that I'm like, I'm gonna get this someday, I'm gonna figure it out someday, but every time I tried, it's like transition back to what I normally do, or it's there's some tweak like that.
I think I blocked them out because they're so horrible. Let me show you. I think this is where I got closest. See how loose all that is? Normally, doing any of this detail would have made me insane, but I had fun. It was like I didn't worry about whether the trophies were wonky, whether the font, the handwritten type was good. I didn't worry about any of it. I just
had fun.
Now, this version took like 10 iterations to get to it. Okay. But it's just like, I keep looking at this like, okay, that's where I want to go. That's where I want to go.
So I assume, like, I mean, one of the things that we get with the internet now and with Instagram and all these things is there's an immediate sort of feedback loop that happens of people telling you, hey, this is great, or no one really gets on there and goes, this sucks, unless they're an absolute troll.
Unless they're jerks.
Yeah. But that idea of, and then when a piece that you really love hits, and you're like, let me put this out to the world, they're going to love it because it's the thing I've been trying to achieve. And then you get crickets.
Oh yeah. But that's, you know what? A lot of that is the algorithm. They're just not showing your stuff.
Yeah.
Like, if I say anything like about my books, it's hidden. They want me to buy ad time. Okay.
So, that makes me feel better, because I thought it was people. I didn't think about that, the algorithm. I just thought it was people didn't like it. But it could be just purely
the algorithm.
Yeah.
I keep track of it. I have a business account, and I watch the analytics, and I don't freak out about how many likes or anything. It just, because I can see it. It's like, if I try to post something like I'm actually selling, it's invisible. It's absolutely invisible.
I have a business one too, and like, it does get a little, like, I overanalyze, I think, what's actually happening. And in reality, it's just like, make good work, put it out there, and it's the, if you build it, they will come sort of argument.
Exactly. And I don't freak out about it. And, you know, when I post political stuff, of course, I lose followers. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
It's not, I don't think that Instagram's really going to help me get work. So I don't worry as much about it. I don't take it personally.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Have you gotten work through Instagram?
No.
Oh, okay. No. I know
No.
that I have, but it's not a lot.
Yeah.
And so, like, there is that. I understand that sort of like, well, it's not really going to bring in much, but every once in a while you get one, and it gives you that false hope of like, oh, here we go, and then again.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We're talking all the bad stuff, but let's talk the good stuff for a minute.
Okay.
Let's talk the wonders of this job. I mean, you've had an opportunity to essentially play in a field where we get to goof around and be absolute idiots on a daily basis. And so, like,
yes.
what's the draw? What brings you back every day?
You know, I think I didn't realize this for a long time, but I love to tell stories. I love the working with the interactions between the characters.
Okay.
I really like, you know, I realize most of my stuff is gearing towards sweet, but really I want it to be a little more devilish, you know, a little more mischievous.
Can you give
that usually shows up in my dummies more than my stuff that I show on Instagram.
Can you give me a little deeper dive into what you mean by devilish? Or
well, like I have an idea for something where I've got Santa and he's frozen into an ice cube, and there's a group of penguins who are using ice chippers and, you know, what is that thing they tear up concrete with? Jackhammers. And things like that. And you just see Santa with his eyeballs, you know, he's freaking out. And the penguins are just blissfully going about like this violent. I love that kind of thing. Or, you know, just. Okay. Yeah. Just, I like playing with that. And I want to push more of that. I want to like. I mean, there's these little mischievous guys. What are they doing?
There's the argument to be made. And I forget, it was a New Yorker article or something like that. Back that was talking about sort of like that kids can take and understand a lot of things, but also they, you know, the idea that we coddle too much in those books. And you look at all the people who like grew up in like Eastern Europe, and it's like, here's this kid's book I love where this character dies on the first page.
Yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
So
honestly, never was a fan of that. As a kid, I remember being traumatized by Disney.
Disney?
Oh God, yeah. I remember being in a theater and I don't know, it was Bambi or what.
Oh,
my brother's crying, I'm crying. My mom's like, "It's okay, it's Disney, it'll be happy."
Yeah. That's we're still. I don't know if you hit this with when you had kids, but like any movie now, anything that has a kid getting hurt. My wife and I are like out immediately. Like I don't see it. Yeah. I have no
kids and dogs. I'm out.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's kids and dogs. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It has nothing like. I'm okay with an adult, you know, having some tragic end in like some action movie, but a kid, like, no way.
Yeah.
Get that away from me now.
Yeah, I can't. I can't. No. And ever since I got pregnant the first time, I'm like, nope, I'm out. Can't watch a lot of stuff.
It's weird though. Like when before we had our son, it was definitely like that wouldn't have affected me at all. But there is some little trigger that happens in our brain that goes, you are not going to accept this anymore.
Yes. Well, it's too personal. It's too up close and personal.
Yeah. It's too soon, as they as they might say. So tell me, going back to this idea of just, you know, the industry and getting into it, and because obviously, like in your first iteration, it was lovely. You got those 6 deals in one shot, which is amazing.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I was on fire, and we're going.
Yeah. You're buying Lamborghinis left and right.
I'm gonna be rich and famous. No problem.
But there still had to be, in that time frame, some interesting sort of evolution of who you are as an artist.
Yeah.
And you know, even like now that it's maybe antiquated, but at the time you probably still had to update and change and become something during that time frame. And
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I really haven't gotten much art direction in general. In what do you call it? In educational, there's always art direction of, move this one over here, make the leg longer, this kind of stuff. But trade-wise, I haven't gotten much. And it's funny because obviously I love it when they say, okay, it's great. I'm like, okay, cool. But I had that educational publisher I used to work for. I had an art director who pushed me hard. And that was pretty awesome. So, because I got better because she was pushing me hard.
Yeah. Was it, the educational market's its own sort of entity as well, just because of the speed sometimes, or like the scale.
Yeah, a lot of speed. Yeah.
Like, were you working on, when I started out, when I first got out of college, one of the things that was sort of on the radar of what I wanted to try was that educational market. And I remember that a lot of those books were, not necessarily a 32-page book, but were sometimes shorter sort of stints. Was that the kind of book that you were working on, or what do you mean by the education?
Yeah, I did some, I did everything from stickers and bulletin boards to puzzles to picture books to reader series, where the things the kids learn to read on.
Yep.
That's most recently what I've done is those kind of things. But that market, I don't know if it's dried up or I'm just not, some of the people have gotten laid off, obviously, since COVID. There's been a lot of upheaval in all the industries.
Yeah.
So I don't have the contacts I used to have. But I'm
under the assumption that the internet changed that a lot too.
Yeah.
It's not the book format is not always the go-to for schools because it's probably more expensive for them than a digital. There still needs illustration.
Most of them were actually digital books, I think.
Oh, really?
I never saw the finished, other than a PDF. So I'm not really
sure. They never. Well, wait. Were there? Okay, so hold on a second. When you say you never saw the finish, meaning that
I'd get a PDF, but that's about it.
You got a PDF.
Some of them I got, but most of them I think were digital series.
Okay.
So I don't. What happened here?
Well, I only ask because I know of some folks who work overseas or things of the sort, and sometimes it comes out in another country, and then they've never actually seen their work out there. Not necessarily digital, but the they've never seen a book that they produced, and that's a weird concept to me to not have that in your.
It is a weird concept, yes. But with the educational stuff, it didn't really bother me as much. It's a separate kind of art. It's not as much like what I want to do. Yeah,
it's not personal.
Not at all. There's no personality in it because you have to really just stick to the the text and doing exactly what they want you to do. So
just because and for those who don't know, probably because of that educational standard that they're trying it's not a personal we don't like to have fun here.
No. They're trying to be diverse. They're trying to make sure that the concepts are clear, that the kid knows what word you're focusing on. It's it has to be that way.
Yeah. That's I
wouldn't say it's very fulfilling work, but
it pays the bills sometimes.
It pays the bills, which was awesome.
Yeah. And
so
also
very grateful for it.
When you're in that world too, there's often, from what I remember, you normally don't just get a book. You get a series, or you get a collection of them. So there's longevity that comes with that. So even if it's not the most fun work, it's still there's a steady paycheck in it of some sort.
Yes, I used to have so much fun filling in my spreadsheet.
Wait, what spreadsheet? You meaning
spreadsheet of my income? Oh look, income. Now I don't look at my spreadsheet very often.
Yeah. I was like, spreadsheet? I don't even use a spreadsheet.
Yeah. But it's kind of okay because I really want to lean into writing, and that is a whole new skill set, and it takes so much focus. I typically, when I'm drawing, I'm watching TV. That's how I sit in the chair. But I can't do that when I'm writing, which is why writing is so hard.
Well,
Of
let's
course,
talk
it's
about the sort of delving into that. I mean, obviously you're in this industry where writing is a major component of it.
yes,
Have you
yes.
always wanted to write? And
No, I was like, no way, forget it, don't want to do it. But then I started doing, the story storm,
yep, yep.
and suddenly I started having story ideas. I did that for years. It was just amazing. It just like flipped a switch.
The
So,
now, do you feel? I mean, obviously, if you went to school for design, or you went to school for illustration, or you went to school for all these different things,
mm-hmm.
your perception of what your skills are in writing probably is very different than the reality, which is probably you're very, very skilled in this kind of thing. But
I used to be, but I kind of lost that skill.
okay,
I mean,
I
writing
was
used to
gonna say,
feel easy, at least for school.
yeah,
But
I
give
was
me
gonna
an essay
say, there,
question, geez, I can BS forever.
yeah, is there hesitation in writing or a challenge now? And obviously you ran
Absolutely,
that.
it's
Um,
it's hard. It's just
yeah,
hard.
I have a colleague who has um, basically in a matter of a month or two come up with and written a story, and it's like, how do you?
I don't like that story. I
Yeah,
don't like to hear that.
I know, but that not an illustrator though. This is a writer.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's correct that statement. It's
Yes.
a writer that is realizing this, but it's one of these things where, like, as an artist, I go, how I don't understand how you can do that.
I
Uh,
know. I have a friend like that. She takes a whole chapter book and rewrites it in a different way. I'm like, oh my God, how did you do that?
yeah, exactly. Like, it's not an easy process. And I don't know if it's the same for you, but for me, it's also finding the time to write when
Yes.
you're illustrating. Like, when I'm in the middle of a book, I'm in the middle of a book, and if I'm
Yeah.
illustrating someone else's text, it's hard to um, segment my mind and
Yes.
segment
Yes.
my time to say,
Exactly.
oh, this
Exactly.
is what I'm going to do
It's a whole
for
different set of skills and brain,
yes.
whatever.
I'm not. I have a what's that Liam Neeson quote? I have a certain set of skills,
Yes.
and in my case, it's art making, and writing is
Yeah.
not in that mix, unless I have nothing else on my plate.
Yeah.
So writing your own, and you mentioned at the top, you're an author, illustrator now, and only recently, etc. But I want to hear your thoughts on this because you called yourself an author illustrator, which is
Yeah.
what I really call myself too.
Yeah.
But again, that false notion of, like, I've illustrated so many,
Yeah.
I've authored so few, that I have in the back of my head, like, well, is that the right order, or is that
Yeah, I'm not really comfortable with that order, but illustrator author sounds
sounds so
awkward.
wrong? Yes, yes, and it also diminishes. I think it puts, like, illustrator as being, um, uh, well, I guess no matter what happens, automatically you're putting one first.
Yeah.
And either way, it is a very shared thing. Like, even in illustrating other people's work, there's often this times where I go, like, well, I'm not the writer, but in reality, without the images, those words don't do a lot in certain
Yeah.
cases. You need those images for the story to actually pan out or to pay off of some
And you're
sort.
telling a story in your illustrations.
Yeah,
Sometimes a slightly different story or slightly
yeah,
enhanced story.
yeah.
So,
I mean, the writers really need us, so
yeah.
it's all on us. But just that idea of, like, yeah, it would be a totally different story if you had a different illustrator, and it would be a
Yes.
totally illustrate or totally different story if there was no image. And so
Yeah.
you are a writer, just a visual writer in the, like, instance. But then now you're in this world where you're actually putting the text together. Did you find that you, like, found your voice in a reasonable time frame or a reasonable manner, or was it your written voice?
Yes and no. I think what I struggle with is I love the action. So my stories are always all the action, and trying to figure out want versus need and the emotional arc
Yeah.
is not coming natural. I'm like, I don't know, but look at this cool tornado I just put in here.
Yeah. That's funny. I feel like I'm the opposite, where I'm like, I want the slow, drawn out, like tense moment, or the, like, really thoughtful moment, and
Yeah.
then I end up drawing the more intense or the more like, you know, I gravitate towards what I think they want, but in reality, I just want like this slow draw.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
not always the great thing to sell. You can't get out there and
No.
go, hey, everybody,
Like,
you want
oh,
a really
yeah,
slow story?
yeah, it's a quiet book. Like,
Yeah.
those are
I got
so,
I got
so
to
hard.
pack
Yeah.
right.
Like, when you just call me, I'll tell you to add a few hurricanes and maybe
Yeah.
a car chase. I don't know.
So looking at sort of um, your longevity in this career,
Yeah.
obviously there is the need to sort of shift and be new and things of the sort, but are there things that you pulled from your initial sort of career, like the initial what do I want to call that phase? I don't know. That sounds weird, but
I
the
don't know.
chapter one of many chapters.
I think marketing, I think I really like marketing to some extent, though
Is that
it's a lot more challenging. Marketing, like I like to figure out how to promote myself, but it's, I need to do a newsletter, but that's writing. So of course I do like one post a year right now. And I keep telling myself every week, okay, you're going to do that. You're going to do that newsletter. You're going to do it. And I wrote it down again today. Because it's so hard. It's like the way you used to be able to market, like social media or postcards and things aren't really working anymore, even though the art directors say, yeah, we look on Instagram, but they have to find you first.
Yep. Yeah.
And how are they going to find you if Meta's busy hiding you?
Or if they're going to find you because of some hashtag, well, is it a hashtag that everybody's flooding? And so you're, like, how do you set yourself apart, but also make sure that you're part of the crowd? Is a weird sort of setup. Do you think the designer and the sort of the history with design and that sort of, the background of the marketing thing really has like made you a I was going to say a force to be reckoned with, in the sense of like, there's a lot of illustrators that now, like you said, Instagram, it just puts some work out and great, but that's not the whole package. And it also, like, yes, it is short term. That is what is happening, but you still have to have good design. You still have to have good understanding of marketing. You still have to have a good understanding of how things work. So go put up something, even if it isn't seen as much, that it's effective.
Yes. I think this was before COVID. I listened to Angie J. Pizza talking about, posting older art, posting all this stuff. Yeah. And so I followed what he did, and I like shot up with the number of followers and everything. But that was the last time that worked. They changed the algorithms. It's just not the same anymore. So you can't really. So like right now, I'm posting more often to see what happens. Yeah, but you just kind of like I'm testing it.
Well, that's the challenge. Is they change the algorithm so often that like by the time you figure it out, it's onto some new variable.
Exactly.
Oh, we're not using that set up anymore, and so good luck.
Like hashtags aren't a thing. Stop doing hashtags. Like whatever. I think like I've been doing a lot of the prompts lately because I came out of I think I had a couple years where I was just burnt out. I was just so burnt out. And I'm finally feeling more creative and free to do things. So I'm doing the prompts. But then today I kind of spiraled. Like, everything I'm doing is I don't like. I don't want to see this anymore. Are these prompts really helping me? Like I like some of them I did, but then I thought, am I just performing and trying to feed this social media machine, or am I doing something that's actually helping my career? So this afternoon I sat down. I'm big on making goals and writing down the steps and such. So I did a big goal thing today, and we'll see if I follow it. And like to try to keep myself more focused. Like, okay, you can do prompts if they don't get in the way of this, but they kept getting in the way of doing the things that actually help.
That's the thing. That's my mentality towards a lot of those now, where it's like there's so many different. Hey, can you do this thing? Can you do that thing? Especially the ones that are like, and it's the people that do them, great. That fine for them. But
I love them. It's just it's helping.
I don't know if I can give up a month to try something and do that kind of thing without some impact on the other things that I got to do.
Yeah.
And so
Very true.
there's a limit, there's a threshold where it becomes cumbersome.
Yes.
I'm also the type who it doesn't want to stick to the same thing. So it's like I can do a
Me
project
too.
for
Me too.
for a couple days, but if you expect me to stay on it for a month, like good luck.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's just not happening. And I don't worry about it. Like if I say I'm going to do something and then I change because it's not going to serve me.
Yeah.
So if it's not serving me, I have no problem just stopping.
It's not like anybody out there goes, you know what, Laura, you did that last week, and now you haven't done that again for this prompt, and like I can't believe you.
There's no grade.
Yeah.
There's no grades.
Yep. You have disappointed us all.
Yeah.
How dare you?
That's never really been. I've never worried about that. I mean, I worried about it in school, but I don't worry about it now.
Yeah.
You know, if I dedicate a month to it, it didn't really help me grow or grow my business or anything. Why would I have done that?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm missing something here, so I guess I'm going to do it with this. I love one of the things that I'm fascinated by is when people come on and join me for these, I look up for like a hot second and see them. Like in this case, you already have like your dinosaur down and all these lovely things. And so far I have like 2 panel backgrounds, like just some color and texture down, and that's it. And
but then you somehow end up finishing the whole damn thing.
I do, but the problem is whenever people are on, especially like tonight, you're gonna leave me, you're gonna depart, and you're gonna abandon me. You're gonna abandon me at some point, and I'll be here and I'll finish it. But like the start where we're having this talk, all someone gets to see is just like, oh, Mark painted some swatches. Not the most exciting thing in the world.
I don't know. I love swatches. Sometimes
swatches are fun. Swatches are fun, but so tell me a little bit about sort of your process and your time and like I had someone on last week and I was asking them as well, sort of like, how does your day operate?
I don't know if I want to share that.
Yeah. Is there consistency or is it something else at this point?
There's consistency and screwing around.
Okay.
There's a lot of that. I wish I could say I get up in the morning and I have my tea and then I go sit at my desk. But no. I doom scroll, I read, I screw around, I avoid working out. Yeah. And then, I don't know, around 10, I finally get my butt in the chair for 5 minutes until I'm hungry for lunch. So, you know, I try to have ease on myself, but yeah, I really annoy the heck out of myself sometimes.
I always tell students in my business class what I refer to as my Judge Judy story, which is essentially when I got out of school and was trying to get started. It was right when Judge Judy was like starting up.
Yeah.
And I would get up late because, I don't have classes anymore. I can get up late. And then all of a sudden it became, okay, well, Judge Judy is on. I'll watch Judge Judy. And then right at the end, you're like, I'll work after this is over. And then it goes, coming up on the next episode. And you're like, oh, I got to see that. She said something sassy, and now's my chance. And so, like, and then all of a sudden you're like, it's 4 p.m, and you're going, I haven't even started yet. This is a bad decision. But are you a late night worker, or are you a
No, I'm not a morning person. I'm not a night person. I'm kind of a middle of the day person, I guess.
Okay.
And I have to nap too, so there's that. Not every day, but yeah, there's some napping happening.
But you still get work done, so it doesn't.
I do still get done. I got 2 books on sub this year, so I'm being hard on myself, but somehow I make it work.
Okay.
And I can have bouts of really being seriously focused. I think right now I just got something on sub like a month ago, and it was something that took me years. So I'm looking at what's next, and I'm trying to be more, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to make it so, oh no, this one will go faster.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure I pick the right thing. Oh,
I'm at
so
this point now where like I got something out on sub and we'll see what happens. And of course the market right now is kind of slow, so
oh,
who
it's
knows?
awful. Yeah.
Who knows? But that idea of uh, I'm actually looking forward to like once I'm done with this book to have a little breathing room.
Yeah.
Uh, and it is that like reassessment time, and it is that sort of time to look and go like, okay, what's been sitting around for too long that I need to dive back into.
Yeah.
Um, even the post that I did today, my agent wrote a little nice comment back to me about the Kidlit art postcard image that I made, and I'm going
Mhm.
like, oh well, maybe I should. And I wrote to her saying like, I do have a little bit of an idea for it because it was just like a mock cover thing, and it's like, oh well, maybe
Yeah.
I should take this time and sit down and do that because there's some motivation in me because I
Yes.
finally have a little breathing room. How are you on deadlines?
I'm fine on deadlines. When I have a deadline, I know what to do. It's
Okay.
the not being on deadline where I go off the rails.
What meaning like you?
Like if I have a deadline, I know what I have to do and when, and I will sit
Okay.
down and do it. You know, I'll pick a show to binge and I just go for it. But when I don't have that, then I'm all over the place. Like right now, I need to knuckle down and figure out what my next writing thing is.
Well,
Um,
someone wrote in the comments here, and I agree with them. I don't understand. I've never been able to wrap my head around someone who can like one create a good schedule and stick to it in some sense, like
yeah.
understanding your deadlines and like, well, like I should have been done with this book a month ago. Too many things got in the way, or I was like, oh, I have an extra day. I can take a breather, and then all
Yeah.
of a sudden now I'm getting close to the deadline and I'm freaking out. But also
Yeah.
someone who can work and actually watch a TV show
Oops.
in the middle. Oh, what happened?
No, I
What's
just was on the wrong layer. It's not
oh,
a big deal because it's digital.
how dare you? I'm sitting here trying to get this to work.
And luckily, I caught it in time.
You're like, watch this. I'm going to rotate this whole thing and put it on the other side of the page. Like,
Yep.
no.
Yep. It's really hard to give up digital. I'm so spoiled that, yeah, it's really
Yeah.
hard.
Um,
I get so easily frustrated with real materials at this point.
oh, I'm on the other side of the spectrum where I'm like, I get
Yeah.
so frustrated with digital
Yeah.
that I
No,
love
I can
the
understand that.
I love the like challenge and the like not knowing where
Yeah.
this thing is going. The risk, the inherent risk. I like to gamble. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I'm working on
well,
that.
okay, so let's. I mean, they're saying that makes it, or that seems like I'm saying that like digital isn't a gamble, and digital is a gamble.
It
There are
is.
things that
It
happen
is.
in it that.
And like I said, I've hated a lot of what I made lately.
What?
So.
Okay, so let's. Uh, I don't know how many of these you've watched, but I become therapist at certain points. And so like you mentioned that like I've hated so many of these, and like, well, that immediately makes me want to go like, okay, well, let's delve into that. Where are we getting these? But what is there something that you can pin down and you go like, that's the problem?
Yeah, they're
Or
not
that?
technically good enough. I rush into finishes instead of making sure the actual idea works.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I
So
know what it is. I know what it is.
well,
I don't
let me
listen, but I know what it is.
let me ask you in the sense of like the idea. You're saying the idea is a technical aspect.
Yeah, it's
right?
like this is a good idea.
Okay.
Either I cannot technically do it yet, given my skill set, or I haven't spent enough time trying to get it right in the sketch stage because I wanted to get
Yeah.
right away to the finish.
What's like the technical side of it? Is it common? Like I look at my own work and I sit there and I have challenges, or the common thing that shows up technically for me is sort of the order or the shapes that I choose tend to be a little bit sort of the samey.
Yes, the same point of view, the same angles, the same. Like I really like to do things straight on.
Yeah. Okay. Same
Don't
with
add any perspective. God, that'll throw me for a loop.
me. The
It's on my list of I need to focus on doing different, because a children's book, you have to vary it or it's boring. I mean, some of the like board books and stuff, actually, artists can make it work even when it's just straight on through the whole book. But you have to have the versatility. You have to try to push things.
You can, like, in order to play with weirdo stuff and like simplification, you have to understand how to do like the equivalent of lighting. I don't do lighting in my books, but if you wanted me to, I can go and do a complete value study that explains how the lighting works and whatnot. It's just not aesthetic. It's not aesthetically what I like in my work, and so like but you still have to learn the rules before you can break them, kind of mentality. But for anybody who's watching, I actually put stuff on the wrong side. I forgot what was up on my page and what was down. I'm like literally having to peel up and re-stick everything. This is that digital astrophotography. This is the undo button. It wasn't completely dry yet, so I can move it around.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
But you know, the risk in sort of making, or the challenge of making, is the part that I strive for. You know, I don't know where this thing's going to end. I don't know what I'm actually, it sounds stupid, but I don't actually know what I'm doing until I'm in the middle of it.
That's kind of the fun.
It is fun, but that's not everybody's cup of tea.
No. Well, as I said this week, that kind of derailed me because I was just winging it and didn't like my wings.
I didn't like my wings. I like, well, are you someone that, like, I mean, obviously, like, planning and sketching and all that kind of stuff, there's a level to it where it becomes cumbersome.
Yes.
Or it becomes, you know, it can get in the way of progress.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, there is a threshold there probably for you, as there is for everybody, of where that happens and how it happens and when it happens and whatnot. Do you know what that threshold is for you, as far as like too much planning becomes a curse? That's the second time I mentioned a curse.
No curses here. No.
It's October. Ooh.
Yeah. I don't think I can ever be accused of too much planning as far as art goes. What is that? Okay. I think noodling too much, or sometimes I just get stuck on, I want it to be this way, or I have some picture in my head that I cannot seem to get onto the paper. You know, that trophy one I showed you, I had, from the minute I came up with that story idea, I had this idea that it was this different thing from what I normally do. Yeah. And it sort of is, but it's nowhere near what I thought it would be, and I just could not figure that out. And I just had to get it done and on sub and stop playing with that, because there was no point. The publisher doesn't know what I had in my head. It doesn't really matter. It just has to work as what it is.
Is there, like, one of the questions I love to ask folks in general is just that idea of, like, what is failure, what is success, that sort. And, obviously, that really depends on the person and how they view their situation. But do you have, like, thinking about that idea of the publisher doesn't know?
Yeah.
Is your success dependent on what they say, or is your success dependent on what you think, if that makes any sense?
Depends on my mental health at the moment.
Okay.
This week is, I suck, nobody wants me, everything's bad, everybody else is working, everybody else has a deal announcement. The last few weeks I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy with everything I'm doing, this is great, I'm on my way, I'm writing. So, you know, it's the life of an artist, any artist. We're just, what we do to ourselves is awful. But that's why you have to have close friends. I called my friends today. I'm like, okay, I'm on the ledge, help.
And did they
talk me off the edge, and then I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. They didn't just leave you hanging there.
No, because we've all been through it. It's just you got to have a good group. That's all. That's probably the most important part of success. Somebody who can call you on your BS and who can help you, talk you off the ledge. Like, you're doing that thing again. Why are you doing it?
In teaching, when I have students that really struggle or have a challenge of trying to figure out who they are as an artist and whatnot, oftentimes I tell them that they need their Bonnie to their Clyde. Or maybe the antithesis of that. Maybe it needs to be the, I'm trying to think of who the person is that caught Bonnie and Clyde. Someone who can sit there.
Can't remember.
Yeah, I'm not smart. But
I have no memory.
But that idea of someone who can like really be there, not just to like sing your praises and tell you you're beautiful and whatnot, but the person who's there to go like, you can do better.
Yes.
And it has to be someone who it's okay to hear that from. Like one of the arguments, and my son, if he's listening upstairs, he's probably heard me say this before, but he does very well in school because he tends to follow the rules and things of the sort. And then he comes home and he burps and farts the rest of the day.
Yeah, as one does.
Yeah, as a 12-year-old boy is not that. He doesn't do that all the time. But I have to watch my words there. But
I'm sure he's really happy with you right now.
What?
I'm sure he's really happy with you right now.
Yeah. But more so, I mean, what I'm saying there is that he comes home and like, yeah. He's no, what I meant by, sorry, bud, I didn't mean it that way. What I meant by burps and farts, meaning that, he doesn't always live up to the rules of the house sometimes. Yeah. And my sentiment is we still have to love him at the end of the day. His teachers don't. They can walk away at the end of the day and go, well, Charlie, that was great, but, your grade is still this, or whatever it may be. And that idea of having someone who you love, who can say something mean and be challenging, but at the end they still kind of have to love you, and they still have to be your biggest fan.
Yeah, my husband has to do that too.
Yeah, let's hope. Yeah. That's, if he doesn't,
let's just say he struggles with that one sometimes. He comes from the business and technical world. He's like, your business isn't a business. I don't understand it. What is going on? Yeah.
What does he do for a living?
Well, he's retired now, but he was an engineer, trained as an engineer, and then he was a marketing guy.
Okay.
So, he expects people to act in a business-like manner and things to be logical. And
yes.
Well, he married me, so he should have given up on logic when he did that.
Yeah, I was gonna say he married an artist, not you in particular, but just an artist. And an artist doesn't like to play by the rules sometimes. And
no, logic is I have logic. It's just my logic. It doesn't.
Yeah. It's logic that has to be processed and explainned, because it's not always it's not always logical. There we go. Yeah. Gotcha.
There you go. So you have to have somebody who can call you on your stuff, but can also build you up when necessary.
Is there thinking about the sort of the book industry and the ways that it's changed and the ways that it will continue to change? How do you maintain that sort of the spark of sorts? How do you maintain the idea that like you're going to do something new and interesting and challenging, or like how do you reinvent yourself in a way where you are making those sort of decisions and those leaps?
Denial and magical thinking.
Okay.
I think to some extent you just have to be in denial. I mean, why it none of this makes any sense. I mean, it's honestly, yeah.
Okay.
Because, I do what I can do. I try to remind myself to just do what I have control of, which is write, draw, market, and try to let go of the rest. That lasts, I don't know, at least 15 minutes every day. That works. But
were you a rebellious kid?
I was not. I was a rule follower.
Okay.
Mostly.
Caveat. Throw that in there for a second.
Mostly. I mean,
ask your parents, and they might. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not asking my parents. Yeah. We're not giving my husband any more ammunition.
Yeah. He's not allowed to weigh in on this of any sort. It's funny because I definitely am a like rule breaker in some sense, but I'm also so so pure of heart,
Yeah. Yeah.
but that idea of sort of the artist mentality is often the like going against the grain,
Yeah.
or the sort of like punk mentality. And that I wanted to hear if you were like, yeah,
I
how punk are you?
definitely have some of that. I don't like, well, like as far as not working for other people, I don't like anyone telling me where to be when.
Okay.
You know, I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it.
Yeah.
But I get it done. I mean, it's like I said, I'm actually good with deadlines, so it doesn't really come into play. But if somebody tells me I have to be somewhere at such and such time in the morning, I don't like to follow that advice.
So are you a late?
I'm often late, but
okay.
yeah, I try to keep it not too late.
Yeah, there's
a lot of that is just distraction. Like, oh, I'm ready early. Let me go, start painting this thing because I have 15 extra minutes. Or
Gotcha. Like
time management. Yeah, my parents tried to teach me how to tell time. It did not work.
I'm definitely like I am prone to that. This will only take a second.
Yeah.
I'll get right before I leave, and it takes more time. Like, what's today? Today is Thursday. Yeah. On Tuesday, I really pushed up against the time frame in which I needed to get my kid to an event, to his like rock climbing class. Yeah. And of course, we arrived like 5 minutes late, and it's because I just had to get one more scan in. It's like, if I can scan this, then I'm ahead of the game. And it's like I really need to spend the time.
And I can't tell you how many times the school had to call me to remind me to come pick up my kids because I'd get in a zone or something and forget. So I finally started setting a timer.
Yeah.
But,
I'm pretty good with, as long as there's a timer, I'm pretty good. But outside of that, I'm not always the sharpest when it comes to timing. I'm also not one to like a calendar. Calendars are gross to me because it means I have to do it.
I love calendars, but I also can ignore them pretty easily, unfortunately. I have to set reminders, or I've completely forgotten things.
Is there, thinking about that idea of like deadlines and things of the sort? If you're good on deadlines and you like calendars, are you someone who meets the deadline but pushes up against the edge, or are you someone who is fairly good at sort of like spacing out your time because you do have that calendar and oh, I only have so many days or I have so many hours or whatever to get it done?
Well, let me tell you, money is a really big motivator. I can't wait to get paid.
Okay.
So I think that's the primary motivator. And I usually hand it in things early.
Okay.
Usually. I mean, sometimes that doesn't work. But sometimes that's not my fault, that things get delayed at the publishers.
Yeah.
I've had educational clients who didn't, I have to have them get back to me with changes in a certain amount of time to make the deadline. But I always give them a heads up, like, hey, I can't do it unless you get it to me by X date. I can't finish it in your deadline.
Were they never like cognizant of it and gave you like an extra day or two because they were late back?
Well, I just told them they were.
Oh, okay.
I never ran into one where they couldn't do that. Because it was obviously not my fault. I'm handing in things early and they're still not getting back to me by a certain time. Yeah. I'm not gonna, sleep is one of my favorite things, and I'm not missing sleep for anything if I can help it. So I would always be really ahead of things and make sure, like, weeks in advance, I said, okay, I need this back by X date, or in order to meet the deadline.
We are simpatico on that point alone. Sleep.
Yes. Even in college, I didn't pull all-nighters. I was in bed by 11 every night.
Oh, I made people angry in college because my work was dry when I put it up on the wall, and I didn't ever pull an all-nighter when I was in school.
Yep.
Good. I know those kids that were like, working in the hallway as they start to come to class. Yeah. I'm sure they were annoyed that, like, oh, he looks well rested.
Yeah. Like, well, I'm useless. I'm useless at night. Like 9 o'clock at night, I'm almost ready for bed.
Oh, okay. I'm not that way right now. I've changed. Now I have problems with managing time.
Well, I can't. I'm not saying I can sleep. That's definitely not something that's working these days. But I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm useless at night. I can't do any good work at night. So.
And then outside of, man, I'm not really liking this color palette yet. I have to figure this thing out. Oh no. Okay. Sorry, I'm realizing
That's
some
okay.
color concerns here because I need to put bones in a section, so I can't have a white background down there. So it can't be a white background in the top either.
Yeah.
All right, we'll figure this out.
It'll work. It'll work.
Yeah, this is the challenge. This is the risk that I like to take. Is
Okay.
now I have to adjust at the last second. With speed as a factor, I would love to hear your thoughts on sort of how fast you are.
I'm fast.
As an illustrator.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not as fast as I used to be, but I am fast.
And meaning, like, if you had, under the assumption something like a picture book, a 30-page book, what kind of time frame are we talking for a standard 32-page picture book?
Okay, I don't know how to answer that if there's publishers listening, because I want to get one of those where they give you 6 months. I've never gotten that. I've gotten anywhere from 2 months to 4 months.
Oh, really?
I think Wallace and Grace, I did 4 months each book.
4 months. 4 months for finish alone or for sketching too?
The whole thing.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah,
and that was probably one of the longer ones I've had. Like I don't get these jobs where they give you all this time. When somebody says they spend a year on a book, I'm like, well, what were you doing all that time?
Yes.
Well, of course, they're experimenting. They're trying out cool things where I don't get to do that, obviously.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like the year-long book is so foreign to me. I don't understand how anybody has ever gotten that to happen.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes like somebody wanted one in a month. Like, yeah, no. No. I mean, I could maybe I don't think I could do it, but I wouldn't like it. I definitely wouldn't like it.
I've done a book in about not necessarily a month, but in like 2 months, and it was fine. There was nothing wrong with the book, but I definitely like having the time now. Once you get the clearance to have time, then it becomes more of a I always want the clearance to have time going forward. I might do something crazy and actually start this piece over on a different board.
Oh my gosh.
Those colors, well, it's just, I think I'm going to end up having to cover up so much, and it might be faster to actually do it again. We're going to see. I mean, we're an hour and a half in. That means I got 2.5 hours to put one together. It can happen. It can happen. But you know what? Mistakes can happen. And for those watching who go, well, I thought you were good. This proves I'm not so much, and I have to make rash decisions.
Yeah, but I've heard of some really top tier illustrators who didn't like what they did and started over.
Yep. No,
that is just part of the whole thing.
It's hard to do it on a live where you have a time limit. That's the challenge.
Well, yeah.
But we're gonna do it.
But you're the boss. You don't have to finish it when you say you're gonna finish it.
Yeah. I always have to finish one of these on the night that I'm making it, though. That's there's a rule that I'm not allowed to continue past because I want people to see the whole process, and so I will get it done.
Okay, I believe in you.
Yeah, I try. So tell me, you said you're in San Jose or San
Jose, yeah. South of San Francisco.
What's the art scene like out there? Do you have like a big artist community? Do you have a network of? I mean, you mentioned that you have friends.
Yeah, we actually do have a pretty good community. I thought we didn't for a long time. I thought because it's so expensive to live here.
Yeah.
I didn't think we had. I always thought, Massachusetts would be so cool with all those kidlit people. I was so envious. But in recent years, I've really built up a good community. Until recently, there were 2 of my agency mates, maybe even 3, all local right here, the same agent. Yeah, we have. It's really getting pretty good. Or maybe they've always been here. I'm starting to find them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm getting kind of excited. I think halfway through the year, I came up with the idea that I wanted, a word for the year. I always try to do that and I forget the word, but and I've been trying to do connection because with lockdown and everything and how the world changed, it's harder and harder to get connection. So I've been trying to get out. Like we went to an illustrators day in September that was amazing. It's like the best one I'd ever been to locally up in it was nearby, and met a bunch of people and just got really inspired. So I'm trying to do more like that. We have another regional conference, Oktoberfest, that's about an hour from here. I'm very excited about.
Is there
we went to Chronicle Books on Tuesday night.
Ooh.
Yeah, they had a creator night, and unfortunately they're having a tour with SCBWI, but that's already sold out. So that would have been cool. But
is
in
the
November.
is the SCBWI network there big? Because I know that like LA is big. I know New York is big.
Yeah, we've got a couple of several local regions.
Okay.
So Oktoberfest is with the Northeast Bay, Illustrators Day with the South Bay. So it's gotten a lot better, and there's some hangouts that I go to, and people I'm starting to meet. It's been really nice because it's isolating business when you're working at home alone all the time.
Yeah. Yes, it's a career that sometimes can be a little lonely, not necessarily sad, but lonely. Like you don't have a lot of voice to talk to, so you're sort of in your own head.
Yeah, which is not a good place to be as an illustrator.
Yeah, if you are struggling, yes, and also if you're artist block, or if you're just a weirdo in general, the types of things that you start thinking about can be nonsensical and stuff you don't want to say out loud to everybody else. They think you're crazy or what have you.
Yeah, or consider, or critique partners. Critique partners is important. Yes. So
do you
that's good.
Now with critiquing and things of the sort, obviously, like as a working illustrator, there's the challenge of I would like to crit and have friends that can come in and talk about my work all the time, but we just, as life goes on, you can't always take that time every day. Like I have a crit group that I'm part of, but we meet a few times a year. It's not like every day kind of situation. Yeah. And so I'm wondering, like, do you have a resource that is more consistent? I mean, obviously you have your partner who can sit there and say, I like this or I don't, but they may not have the career experience or the
exactly. Yeah, I think I have that. Like with Tracy, I had a long-standing critique group, and when COVID hit, we started meeting every week, so it was more like a hangout, became less like a critique group. We're not really doing that anymore, but we're still in touch. So I have them. I have I'll say a co-author thing with one of my agency mates who's local. She took some of my characters and wrote chapter book, which sold, and then the imprint folded, so now it's dead for the time being. Oh, I know. So I have her, and I'm starting to meet a lot more kidlit people. Like I'm really trying to get out and do that as much as I can. Oops.
The one thing that I think is like a huge benefit, and I was telling someone this the other day about the kidlit world, is how interconnected it all.
It's a great community.
Yeah, and it's I think every job kind of thing probably has that. Like if you're in real estate, well, all the real estate people in your area. Yeah. But I feel like kidlit reaches across state line and country line and things of the sort in a way that some other careers that I've had or some other elements of my career have not been as dominant in that way. And the best part of it, and I don't know if this speaks to you as well, is it's not just that it's an interconnected network. It's most everybody's cool with each other.
Yes.
You don't get a lot of fights. You don't got a lot of ego. Yeah. I mean, obviously there is some, and I was hesitant about having you on because of that. But, I mean, there were a lot of people that wanted to tune in, but I think because they wanted to see a train wreck is what it. No.
Let me provide it. I can get
Yeah.
right on that.
Yeah. No, just that idea of like even the big names. If you sit down and talk to them, I've never had someone be like, "Well, I don't have time for you," or
Yeah.
whatnot.
Yeah.
Everybody's so cordial and supportive, and so it is a happy world for me that we get to play with people who are so giving and likable.
Yeah.
The art directors and editors, different story. They are, whew, uh, yeah, I just like ruined my career in one sentence there,
Yep,
but
you're dead.
joke. Yeah,
You're dead to them.
yep, they're the worst people ever. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna
Yeah.
jump to that topipic. Like,
It
no
was
more of
nice
that.
knowing you, Mark.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll see you. I'll see you when you're on the River Styx. That's
Yeah.
yeah. Well, that implies that you're on the River Styx too. That's not fair.
God, not yet. Please, not
Yeah.
yet. Yeah,
Anyways.
I've been a longtime friend with Gina Perry.
Oh yes,
who
I
you
know. She's in my crit group.
But I've never met her in person.
Oh, speaking of someone who's got an ego.
Yeah, man, she's something.
Yeah. No, when she saw that you were going to be on tonight, she wrote me and said she's probably watching right now. I was going to comment about that comment, but she was very excited that you were going to be on and said how much she's a huge fan and knows you and all that sort. How did you meet her then? If you've never met her in person.
Twitter. I'm assuming Twitter. Oh man, I'm on the wrong
Okay.
layer. I honestly can't remember how we met. Sorry, Gina.
It's a fateful day back in 19.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like there's so many people. Twitter just used to be amazing. You could have this whole community, all these friends, and
Yeah.
And I'm trying with Blue Sky, but I keep forgetting it exists, and then I get on it and nobody's there.
I think there is a community on Blue Sky. It has never taken off in the same way.
Yeah.
I do have like a decent following on there, but I think where I have a decent following is just people who, when it came about and everybody was like, I'm going over to Blue Sky, people went and jumped on it, but I don't think they actively engage in the same way they do on other things. I wish Instagram wasn't like the only choice for putting out visual work and whatnot, but it seems to be hard to get out of that.
It really is, and I'd like to get out of that, but the art directors keep saying, no, we look on Instagram. Like,
yep, they look on Instagram, and like, I don't want to, at the same time, I probably don't get a lot of work from it directly, but if you get in the back of someone's head in that moment, who knows, later down the line, that may be the thing that gets it. Do you have, thinking about sort of the social media side of things? Obviously, like the challenge of Instagram, the challenge of what was Twitter, etc. Do you have instances when you're like loving that, or is it kind of a love-hate relationship in a way?
It goes back and forth. I have to say, I had an illustrator reach out to me just to make sure I was doing okay the other day, and I love this community, and that was through social media. She saw me commenting on a few things, and thought to check. I'm like, I love this. Or all the friends I've made. I've got friends all over the world. I've met up with, strangely, a California illustrator. When I was in Scotland. She was in Scotland at the same time. And we had breakfast together. And then I have a friend who was local to San Jose, who I met on Twitter, but then she moved to Germany, Devin Holsworth.
Oh, yes.
So when I went to Europe, I went and stayed with her and hung out with her. And it's like, it's kind of magical. Like the social media, it's got a lot of awful to it, but it's also got a lot of magic.
Yep.
So it's kind of everything.
Interesting, the community, like I know basically everybody you've mentioned, almost everybody, not everybody totally, but just that idea of like all those names like Devin and Gina and whatnot have all been on here with me, and I have met them since starting the Kidlit side of things, and not necessarily like knew them before, and then all of a sudden it becomes just like, well, oh, you know this person, you should have this person come along, and there's just
Yeah.
the names and the connection. Like we're going to an event this weekend where we're going to meet up with someone that lives on the other side of the country,
Yeah.
and never have had the opportunity to sit down and see them face to face, and all of a sudden we get that opportunity. It's going to be, it'll probably be a little awkward because
Yeah.
it's you're sort of different in person. Like I'm probably going to ruin it all by saying some stupid thing and whatever it may be, but that's if my wife is listening. She knows that I can do that quite often. Say the wrong thing and all of a sudden it's everybody's angry at you.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's surprisingly not like that. I feel like it's just
Yeah. Oh, it's not.
it's kind of amazing how like you just click so fast.
Some
Oh,
of us have the ability to make that happen a little more than others. Let's put.
Yeah, can I tell you two stories? One is I met Marian Gilbright. I'm from St. Louis.
Okay.
So is Marian Gilbright, and she, I guess, ended up following me somehow and commented on something. So the next time I went to St. Louis, I reached out, and I got to meet her, and like we clicked right away. So I've seen her a few times since then. Got to visit her house. That was awesome. So the other thing I did was when Devin and I were going to Paris, I saw that Lynn Averill, of Amelia Bedelia,
Yeah.
was going to be there. And so I reached out to her, and she invited us over to her little Airbnb and, showed us all the stuff she was working on. And then she took us around Paris all day. We just walked around Paris. She'd plop down and draw, street performers. We, had meals together. It was the most magical day. And if I hadn't reached out, we would have missed that.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like, did you ever see the movie We Bought a Zoo?
I have not. I know of it, but I have not seen it proper.
There's something in there where he tells his kid that you need, I think it's 20 seconds of insane courage to do something. So I always try to do that. It's like if I see an opportunity, I try to just at least not be scared for 20 seconds and just do it. So that's the times it's just really worked.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I have the same thing with this web show here.
Yes.
The amount of people that have said yes that should not have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that have actually said yes to me is surprising. And so every time someone says yes, it's this huge reward of like, oh wow, they actually are willing to sit down and spend some time with me.
Yeah.
And I don't think that, there's part of me that has to play the like, I know what I'm doing card in a situation. But
I totally know what I'm doing.
a good majority of it is me going, I have no idea what's going to happen next. I have no idea why this person said yes. And like the trying to figure out life and make a name for myself or get people to really get interested in the work or whatever it may be is always fascinating to me, that it just takes a little nudge, a little, social butterfly that can step out for a second and just go like, you know what's the risk? What's it really going to cost me? And in the end, it can be so rewarding and so refreshing to make that leap of faith. Speaking of that, because I was, I teach, my day job is teaching illustration courses and things of the sort. Right. But one of the things I was just writing about in some paperwork for the school was just the idea of like the social outreach by students and the ability to sort of make that leap of faith and say, hey, I want to let the world know I'm here, is a risky one, especially for kids nowadays, or I say kids, but college age students. Because the world is so strange and adapting and changing so drastically. But thinking back to it, I was them ages ago. I was the one who wouldn't, and I was the one who was afraid to step out and speak in public or whatever it may be. Yeah. And I'm wondering, what was your sort of like, I know you said you like marketing.
Yeah, a little bit.
But that's maybe a little different than saying, that you like to be public, or you like to speak out, or be, seen in the world.
Yeah. Well, I used to be super. I was a very shy kid, but
Okay.
in high school I was on a dance team, and I don't know. I was always terrified at first, to perform,
Yeah.
but then I just got, you get immune to that, I guess, to some extent. So, public speaking, doing that kind of stuff doesn't really freak me out much. So,
Public art does, though. I know that.
public art, yes. Yes. Public art freaks me the heck out. So,
You said that at the beginning. How are you doing with, by the way?
Yep.
We're
Oh, yeah. And all of my friends heard about this for the last, I don't know how many weeks. So, yeah, everyone knows.
Everyone knows, and they've tuned in, and they're horrified at what you're doing. And,
Yeah,
no.
I'm already like, "Ugh, I don't even like this." But anyway.
Hey, I restarted, so
Yeah. Well,
right
I told myself this is just a quick sketch for me to figure out what I want to do.
yeah.
So I didn't put any background on it, which is where I could really go off the rails. I don't. It needs a background, but I'll have to figure out something later. I think this is just the first iteration.
Okay.
Anyway, so we'll call it done. I think.
We'll
Done
let
for
that be, we'll let that be the finish, or we'll give you the grace period on that to decide.
Yeah.
I keep trying to figure out colors on this thing, and I'm trying to.
Yeah, colors is hard. It's so
Well,
hard.
I like it, and then I go to put another color down, and it's always like slightly off from what I need. Like I need a little bit of a darker background here, but I don't want to have to stick a darker background in, and it's a constant battle. Are you, speaking of that, like thinking about the idea of making changes? Obviously, like digital is handy, but are you someone who likes to do you spend a lot of time doing editing? Do you spend a lot of time tweaking?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tweaking.
And does tweaking involve like major changes, or is it like little tiny touches?
It depends. It can be anywhere from scrapping the whole thing, it's not working, to tiny tweaks.
Okay.
I try to not post right away. I try to hold on to it because I'm super impatient just in general. So I'm like, okay, it's done, post. But
yeah, give it a day or two.
Yeah, I'm trying to be better about that because it needs it. It needs to. You need to kind of like step away. I'll do that with stories. Like I need to not touch this for a few days and see if it's still working. Though I still haven't quite figured out, how do I know if it's working? I can give it to somebody and they say, yeah, it's not working. And I'm like, but I thought it was perfect. But I think that's just, it takes time to get a good sense of that.
Well, it's hard to assess your own work. I mean, that's
it really is.
You're so close, you're in the weeds, and then step back. Hey, this doesn't. And even
especially with writing, when you're working on it for a long period of time and keep noodling at it, it's just like.
Well, one of the things that I reference all the time for students is when I work in animation for a long time, there was this understanding that like as you put something on screen, you have knowledge of what it is, what people are supposed to register, and like how they're supposed to see it. But then because you've been working on it for so long, you can register it so much quicker than your audience can.
Yeah.
And so like if you put a title card up, one of the things that students really struggled with back in the day, and I still think they do, is they'll put up a title card or they'll put up something with text on it, and they put it up for such a short period that your average audience member can't even process what it is, let alone read the thing before it changes. And all of a sudden it's, oh, I have no idea what that was, and you didn't give me time to figure it out. And so like that idea of knowing where you're going and knowing where people are going to walk might not necessarily be the exact same thing in the situations. And so it's a tricky, it's a fickle beast, as they say.
Yes.
Is there are there things that, art wise that you're um, dying to do, that you're like, oh, this is the thing that if given the time you would really want to dive into in some manner?
Well, usually it's my stories
Okay.
that I really want to do. Like I've just that one with the prehistoric, that's dead on submission at this point, but I cannot let it go. I just want it so bad.
Yeah. It's dead on submission for now.
For now, yeah.
Yes. It'll come back to life later.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there
But I want to do funny books. I want to do something really funny,
well,
even if I'm not writing it.
yeah, funny books, like I live in the world of generally funny books. Like, not necessarily that I'm writing them, but like the books are meant to be funny. And so you always like have to lean into the joke, or you have to make the gag or whatever. And there's part of me that wants to do the opposite. I'm like, I want a book that is depressing.
Oh my gosh. Can we switch?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't think of your work as being all that like.
No, I don't do the depressing stuff. I'm not good with that.
I mean, I forget what the name of the book is that we just got. It's beautiful. And it's the book about this rabbit who is like in a war-torn area. I can't think of the name of it. It's upstairs, but it's a beautiful book. And I look at it and I go like, oh man, that's a book that like one is challenging just because of the subject matter. Like it really is about like his friend dying and things of the sort.
Yeah.
But it's so beautiful. I'm willing to like overlook the idea of like, yeah, I'm going to cry at the end of the book, or
I can't handle. I couldn't even look at that book at this point.
yeah. You can look at the cover. The cover's just so beautiful. If my wife looked there, she might come up and yell it down to me what the title of it is. For people, if she hears that, if she's paying attention at all, let's see how long it takes her to listen and respond. What is, like, have you tried to write a funny book?
Oh yeah. I'm always trying to write funny books.
And how did it go?
Well, but on submission.
Thank you. Yeah, my wife.
Who knows? Like, I'm happy, but
my wife just told me the title. It's called "I Will Not Be Scared." For anyone that wants to look at it, we bought it the other day, and I didn't even know what the subject matter was 100%. The paintings are so beautiful, it's hard to not to participate. Speaking of that, what's your collection look like? What's
my book collection?
Your library.
My library is massive. It's I have a problem. It's all over the place right now. I've run out of bookshelf room, so now I have stacks everywhere.
Okay.
But I keep buying more. I really hope my husband is not watching this.
Well, you haven't said that you're going to buy more. You keep buying more.
Yeah, I mean, I just love picture books. I love them. My absolute favorite is Gus Gordon.
Okay.
With him, like Herman and Rosie.
Yeah.
He's one of those ones who's super, super loose. He does collage. I absolutely love collage, but I only like to actually do collage when I'm doing abstract painting, where I'm literally just ripping the stuff up, slapping it down, and because otherwise I get too tight. I just get too tight and I lose my my spark.
That's I get. I mean, for me, painting is the other way. In fact, like collage is looser, but painting has that problem for me where like if I get in, I start to just get too tight, and like all the books that have been published so far have been painted, and I look at them, I'm like, oh, they're just me just sort of following a script, and and so like I get that side of it. What is there any prized possessions in that collection of yours?
I don't think so, honestly. I mean, I just love them all, which is why I'm having a hard time letting go of them.
Yeah.
I don't know. Right now, Jarvis. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm just kind of obsessed with Jarvis.
Understandable, as one should be.
Oh my gosh. I'm thinking of doing an early reader. So this is actually a chapter book. I thought it was an early reader, but it's a chapter book. And it's the most precious thing ever. It's got texture and looseness, and I just love it. Absolutely love it. So
There's
it just changes.
There's so many of those Bear and Bird books out there now.
Yeah.
Yes. Like there's just such a collection of those that it's really, to me, it's awesome that they're like available, and you're not just getting one. You get to dive into a bunch should you want to, or something like that. Is there thinking of, I ask this question, sometimes it's always writers that I'm asking this question to, and so it doesn't really pan out the same way that I want, but are there authors that you would like to work with in particular? Like obviously writing your own is probably the preferred method, or the preferred.
Yeah, but I'd also like to illustrate others so that I don't have to worry about the writing. I can just
So are there
lean into
are there people you look at and go like, this is who I want to work with?
Deborah Underwood would be wonderful. I love her books. Okay. I'm not good with that. I am terrible at remembering authors' names.
Yeah.
I have almost no, my memory's terrible anyway. I remember pictures. It's hard to remember the words. I was really, my agency mate, Christine Evans, I'd love to work with her. She's a writer. It's more that I see stuff come out. I see like deal announcements. I'm like, oh man, I would have loved to have illustrated that.
Yep.
Usually some wacky thing or spooky, witchy, some kind of thing that just sounds right up my alley.
That's my, like hearing names. It's always, and it's not to say that the authors I work with are bad of any sort, but there's always like, who's the next? Who's the person that like, when I see their work, it's going to make me go, ooh, I got ideas.
Yeah.
It's, it's hard to say who that's going to be until it's like literally in front of you. And so it's always a bit of a challenge or a gamble, I think, to sort of like pin down exactly who's the one. But
it is. And it's more project based. Like what project?
Yeah. I mean, it's, I forget, again, there was someone who came on here. I want to say, well, no, I don't 100% remember. But basically said, if you don't see it in your head when you read through the manuscript, then it's probably not for you.
Yes.
I agree with that 100%. Like you just gotta, it fits or it doesn't, and don't fight it. Don't sit there and try to like, oh, well, I can maybe make this work of some sort. Like, no, just either does or it doesn't. And
it's like, I can make it work, but will it be good enough? Will it serve it? Yeah, definitely.
Is it what people will want? Like there's all sorts of challenges that go along with that. So, and then, thinking about those, like, who you want to work with, etc. Are there agents, or I'm not agent, publishers in particular? You're like, ooh,
Candlewick and Chronicle.
Yeah, you got to
be my favorite.
I mean, Chronicle, I get that's not here, but like Candlewick's right out here, and then you have these kidlit folks that live in Massachusetts, and you got to come out this way.
I would love to.
You could actually Gina face to face.
You know what? I am trying. My husband is a marathoner. And his current goal is to make it to Boston.
Okay.
And of course I support him. I really want him to be able to make his goal, but mostly I want to go see my friends. I want to see Gina and Renee Carilla's out there, and I'm desperate to go out there.
I like the idea of you just like your husband after the marathon, and you're like, yeah, I saw you. You didn't see me, and you were out like having a good day instead.
Yeah.
I was there. I saw you. You were running. That was you, right?
Yeah. No, I'll be there on the day, but I'll like whenever he says I want to go run in this place, I'm looking like, okay, who do I know there? Yep.
That's I think anytime I go over to Europe, anytime I go to these locations where like, getting out to LA, it seems to be there's gatherings of folks in specific areas, and it's a matter of
Yeah.
just getting to those areas to see, like no matter where you go, there's going to be at least a handful of folks
Yeah, we're
we're
everywhere.
sort of poking in and checking in with. Um,
I want to go to Bologna.
oh, that's my dream right there, is to get out there.
Yeah.
We have a plan. We've set a goal.
Yeah.
We got to go in the next was it 3 years? By our 25th anniversary. So that would be
Nice.
29. So we're coming up to that sort of threshold soon enough. And so we have that's the year we're going at a minimum.
Good.
But you gotta we'll set a goal and we'll go and we'll hang out there, and it'll be that same thing. Like you see someone outside of the location that's your normal haunt, and you have a friend that you can actually go and like, do you know where we're going tonight? Do you know where this lecture is? Whatever it may be. That's the way to operate in those situations. I'm not this year, but soon. I think it's this upcoming summer? Yeah, I guess it is this upcoming. No, it's the next summer, I think. Icon.
Oh, yeah.
Baltimore, which is not too far from here.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be in Baltimore. My aunt lives there.
Yeah. Okay. So you coming out?
Wait, that's next year?
I think so. Let's see. I mean, was it last summer that? No, it wasn't this. It wasn't this summer. So yeah, it's this next summer. It will be out in Baltimore.
I don't know. I've got other. I don't know. I don't know if I can make that work. Maybe.
I have always wanted to go, and it's always had a conflict.
Yeah, me too.
And the only thing that's going to keep me from that is like sometimes through school I run a trip overseas.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it once, but we're trying to do it again this year. And if we end up going, then I'm going overseas. Like I'll do it at a different point, but I really want to get out there and see the people that I know and sort of experience that, because it's such a good sort of event for illustrators in particular.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, Icon is the illustrators conference that moves on a regular basis from one part of the it's in different locations, but it's every 2 years. So we're this last summer was a down year for it, i.e. this next year it will be in Baltimore, and then it will be another 2 years and it'll be in another location. But there's events like that I just need to get out to more.
Yeah.
Go see. This is I'm going to be here late night, hopefully. Not hopefully. I'm going to be here late some of this.
I think I'm going to beg out soon.
Okay.
I'm getting hungry.
Give me a second, and then I can send you off in a blur of fireworks and parade. I just need to get this little bit of leg in here.
A little bit of leg in here?
Well, I'm trying to paint. I'm starting characters and like.
Okay, your characters. Okay.
And yeah, I'm not showing leg here.
Like I was like looking at the screen, like, what, you gonna do what now?
Let me get my cams out. My my money makers.
Like I did not know we were having that kind of thing happen.
You have been looking at the screen the whole time.
I keep peeking because it's over my head.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and I'm trying to not touch anything in its vicinity in case it collapses on me again.
Yeah, I have this lovely little feed up so I can sort of look up periodically and look, but I forget that that's not everybody's situation. So
yeah, my computer's behind me, sort of. So
yeah, give me 1 second and I will do a proper send off. I'm just trying to get this painted while I still have the pigments that I want available.
No problem.
Let's see that.
I really want to do a meerkat book, so I'm trying to work on some meerkats.
What? Okay, so yeah, the you want to do a meerkat book? Let's poke into that for just a second, which is everybody has a favorite animal they like to draw. Up top, you said something about chickens.
Oh yeah, I love chickens. I would love to do chickens.
Yeah. So what is your go-to if you had to draw one animal for the rest of your life kind of situation?
Oh, I can't even imagine. It would probably be chickens, but I cannot stick with one thing.
Okay.
I could.
Sure.
Yeah, meerkats are fascinating me right now because I think they could get up to so many shenanigans.
Do you have you have a good zoo where you are?
We have the San Francisco Zoo, but I'm too lazy to go to San Francisco for the most part. We have a little local one, which is more pygmy and small animals, called Happy Hollow.
Like it's all pygmy and small animals?
Yeah, like pygmy pigs, and they have guinea pigs. They have lemurs. It's been so long since I've been there. So actually, Tracy and I are going to go over and do a drawing day sometime. Because when I had kids, I kept saying I have to come back to the zoo and draw the animals, and I never did.
I like the idea of the specialized sort of setup on that, in the sense of like it's only little ones.
Well, it's a little bitty zoo, so they can't fit much. You know, there's a petting zoo. It's there. There's not much there.
Yeah.
But it's cute, and it's got rides and stuff. So half is rides and playgrounds, and the other half is the little bitty zoo. So I'm gonna go do that as part of my remembering how pencils work goal.
Yeah, that's you know, if you said that to your teachers back in the day, that at some point you're gonna remember how pencils work, they'd cry and cry and cry.
No, they'd yell at me. They weren't that nice. But
wait, you had kids, obviously. You mentioned that. How old are the kids?
24 and 27. You know, numbers. I don't know.
Okay. Are any of them artists?
Yeah. Yes, they both are actually. Yeah, my oldest was always a storyteller, like always. They're sketchbooks full of these stories, stick figure battle stories, and they're now getting back into that and doing graphic novels. And then the younger one is more into painting, drawing, printmaking, more fine artish.
And did they go to art school, or are they going to art school?
No, self-taught.
Self-taught or mom-taught?
Well, there was always mom teaching. I taught Art Vista, which is the volunteer art program at school, for 14 years. So they had that. Yeah. And then, you know, obviously I was always making art at home. But, you know, there's so many resources to learn whatever you need to learn now on the internet that
they just figured.
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm trying
without the abuse of art school. But I honestly did not mind the abuse of art school. Honestly, I did not mind it. But
it's not as big as it once was. I will put it that way.
I'm sure.
I'm not allowed to yell at students in the same way that potentially teachers did back in the day.
Yeah. You can't hand them a McDonald's application.
Oh, did someone do that to you?
Not to me, but I've heard about it.
Oh. No, I mean, we had teachers that would rip stuff off the walls.
Oh yeah, there was that.
And tear up situation.
Yeah.
But not necessarily. Yeah. No job placement.
Yeah.
That was them. That was just that teacher trying to be, you know, trying to help out with alumni career services.
There you go.
Trying to someone find a job after their graduation. That's. Got to look at it the right way.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to get this paint figured out real quick. I know I'm.
Okay.
This is that, like, the thing where I mentioned I had to scan for just the last second. This is me trying to go like, oh, the paint's wet, so I can get it in here. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. I'll stop there.
Okay.
It'll give us a chance to turn this down and.
Yeah, I don't know if that was too visible.
Camera back.
Okay. So am I supposed to turn around?
It's not necessary, but.
Here we go.
Hey, there you go.
I'm not even going to try to put it on a tripod again.
Well, I will say thank you so much for joining me. I know you said, like, okay, now that you've done this, drawing and talking in public.
Yeah. Yes.
Was it as rough as you thought it would be?
No, it was easy. But, you know, it was also after a couple of hours of friend support beforehand. So.
Okay. You had them in the back of your mind going, yeah, you can do this. You can do this.
Yeah. Okay. And I let go of it being a finished piece.
Okay.
So.
No, it's called Gab and Doodle for a reason.
Yes.
It's meant to be doodly if you need.
Yes.
So,
like I keep saying I want to be loose. I got to be loose.
Yep. This is allowed to be, you're allowed to be as messy as, you know, whatever you need for this to work. So, well, let me say again, thank you for joining me. This has been lovely. I'm so glad
Thank you.
to meet you. And again, this is that like the network is expanding every day. All these new people I get to meet and chat with and
Yeah.
learn about. And I will be rooting for your husband to go get into the Boston Marathon.
Yeah.
He can come up here. And
It'll be
then,
2027 at this point. So
yeah. And so you can go to all these fun events that are out in Massachusetts.
yes,
If you do ever come out this way, give me a holler and
I will definitely do that.
we'll I've never been to some of the certain museums. I've never been to the Eric Carle Museum.
Yeah, that is on my list.
Yeah.
Big time on my list.
I know it's not big, but I've never been, which is stupid.
Yes.
Like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away.
Yes.
Sometime.
Yes.
Sometime. Anyways, you go have a lovely evening / dinner / sunset. I don't know what time it is there now.
It's 5:15. Wait.
Yeah.
That was 2 hours. Wait. That was 2 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
Time and
yes.
numbers, not my thing.
Yeah. Okay. Go have a lovely evening. And
Thank you.
if you end up posting anything, hashtag me. I will do the same.
I will.
We can sort of see what each other did.
Okay. Sounds
All right.
good. Thank you, Mark.
Have a good night. Bye. All right, folks. So again, that was Laura Zarrin, who does a ton of books. You should go out and get their books. I'm going to switch. I still have quite a bit to do. I literally have one character down, and it's 8:16, and I have until 10 o'clock. So I'm going to try to cruise on this as much as I can. So if there's questions, I want you to put them in. I'm going to get rid of the Ask Us Anything and switch it to Ask Me Anything. I am also going to make a request to my family members upstairs. I forgot to bring my water down at the beginning. And if someone could get my yellow cup with some ice in it and some water and bring it down to me, I would be greatly appreciative. Greatly appreciative. I don't like the pink. I'm going to... All right, my son's got me. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to switch my camera back and we'll keep going. So anyways, if you have questions, put them in the comments and I will do my best to answer and chat with people as we go along. I'm trying to make this weird esoteric comic here with these what are going to be monkey-esque characters for whatever reason. When I can hear myself upstairs saying what are, and it sounds like I'm like on Jeopardy or something. What are monkey-esque characters? I'll take weird characters for 1,000, Alex.
And I'm holding it with my left hand. Now we're ready. Papa,
Thank you,
sorry,
buddy.
there is a little bit of crushed ice.
Oh, I don't care. Crushed ice is fine.
What?
Yeah, I've been dying of thirst this whole time, so anything is, any liquid, well, not any liquid that don't.
Hydrate a lot.
Yes, I know.
Hydrate a lot. You're going to
I know.
Colorado.
I know. Not any liquid, because any liquid could be pee. And I don't want pee in my water. Or my water cup.
Colorado, you gotta hydrate.
Gotta hydrate. That's the rules. So let me look and see if there's questions. No, there's no questions yet. Again, if people have questions, put them in the comments, and I'm happy to try to answer and do what I can. In the meantime, I'm going to keep painting these figures. I've been like playing around with this idea of like collage, but also like collage for texture and cut, but also like drawing things, and there's some weirdness to be had. What do I want? My little white pencil here. Okay, there we go. Let me get this. I'm going to yell up to my wife here, so just bear with this. But Lauren, is somebody packed? Is everybody packed? Mostly. Okay. I just know it's getting late. Thank you. That is very, very wet. That's hard to tear paper towel. Oh, that's really hard to tear. What is that, Tyvek? Classic Tyvek joke. Everybody loves a good Tyvek joke. Okay, let me get my white pens. Let me give this little monkey. Two teeth there. Dry it. Here we go. Whoa! Mm-hmm. I can tell that a kitty happened down here. I don't know if you guys could tell up there, but I definitely heard it down here. It sort of sounded like, you know, an avalanche. Okay, there's that one bit. Now let me put go solve these here. And now I want to do a color that is not too far off from the rest of these here. So I can do this. something like this here. Let me cut this relatively close. The proportion I need. There we go. And I'll cut the other one for this other side. So again, ask questions. Patrick to the rescue. Is everyone okay? It sounded like someone was carrying a stack of bowls and fell down the stairs. Well, that guy who says 11 banana cream pies just came through. He's our personal chef at our house, and no, it was for those who couldn't hear, it was our cat being dumb and deciding to take matters into their own hand, or their own paws rather, and destroy the collection of wooden boxes I have in the background, I think. So blame that old dumb cat. And I almost guarantee that it was Frankie. It could be Beans, our other cat, but I'm pretty sure. Although that cat noise in the background there sounded like maybe it's Frankie. Or, I'm sorry, that is Beans. I'm pretty sure it's Frankie. That chirp sounded like a Frankie chirp now. It's always Frankie. Ah! Right into the paint. That's not what I wanted. It just literally flew into some paint that I didn't want. Patrick, how you doing? I don't know why you're on, and why I get to call you Patrick now, but I'm calling you Patrick. Patrick. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hold them down with this and dry it with that. That's what everybody calls you, Patrick? Is it really like your go-to nickname? Everybody, when I was in school, called me Hoffmann. So Patrick's not too, like, that idea of like last name go-to has always been part of my existence. Plus, everybody knows Mike is like the worst name ever. No one likes that. Like, come on. Like, did your parents even try? You know? Now I'm being sassy. In case you couldn't tell, I'm being sassy. Billion mics around, so it's like, same with me. I see. Mike just said that there was a billion mics around, so it was always Patrick. And same with me. When I was in school, there was a ton of Marks. Like, it was of its era. Mark was a common name, and now it's not so much. Luckily, no one should have my cool name. That's not okay. And so yeah, there were a lot of Marks in school, and since then they've all gone the way of the dodo. Ooh, is that gonna work on that? I'm trying to figure out what color to make this other one over here. And it could be like, maybe this is it. Maybe I do that like purple. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I could probably do it. So I go and put a little purple hanging head here. It's got this like purpley pink. I've been doing a lot of purple and pink recently. I don't know exactly if that's good, that's bad. It's whatever. But it's not the worst thing in the world. It's an okay color. It's just I've done a lot of it, and so I'm trying to be a little mindful of how much of it I do. Let's see, so I put that there. That should be okay. Get some yellow in here. Help blend out that lemon-headed monkey. That sounds not great. I don't know if I like that term, but it's got a weird lemon face on it. So okay, so let's put these other hands. That's the next thing. Just kind of get those hands in. It does need to be. One needs to come out like this. Let me cut this so it's a little easier to work with. Cutting these things is a pain. Okay. So now here's the challenge. That yellow does not jump out on that color there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to slightly alter it. Everything can be slightly altered. So in this case, I'm going to lighten this background so that yellow can pop a little better. See, how does that sit on there? That's better. Okay. So let's drawing Arian. Hold on a second. Now I will show you in just a second. Here, let me stick something down, and then I will relay what is happening on this page, because it probably looks a little weird, and it is for right now, but it will make sense, or somewhat sense, in a minute. Let me get this thing back down here. I'm going to cut this guy out here. It's got a little disconnect there. It goes beyond. So this is what I'm working on. It's a little comic. It says, this old monkey guy here says, "Can I have a banana? My tummy tries to talk." And this one says, "No." And then the first one says, "Just one." He shakes his hand and says, "No handouts." And he smashes the bananas. And then they look at each other. And then because they've destroyed all the food, now they're both dead. And that's it. And so eventually I have to do some bone work down at the bottom. But I'm trying to get these little like basic panels set up first. That explain sort of what is mainly happening on this. And so right now I want a little bit brighter though, so let me do this. So it's a little cheeky, cheeky monkey. Hold on a second. I'll do this. I'm trying to figure out like what angle to put this in at. So it becomes, that's probably pretty good like that. Okay. Lauren, do you still think it doesn't make much sense? I want to do something that was just like, it wasn't so happy, and it was, because for those who don't know, this is there's a call out right now for Illustoria magazine for artists, and one of the things they need is they want comics to be able to like that you can do a comic, because they sometimes refer sort of sequential things in it. And so this idea of having something that is sequential, I don't have, besides picture books, I don't have a lot of sequential pieces, and even comics and things of that sort. There aren't a ton of them in my repertoire. And so what I'm trying to do is make some things that feel akin to that, or have that look. But the audience of Illustoria is 8 to 12. It's not, 0 to 5. There's a different core audience. So I'm trying to make sure that I get, that I hit some of those like visual things that are maybe a little bit older, or a little bit more weird, or can be a little bit more weird because of that age change. Because most of my stuff was so young that I want to do something that's a little sort of artsy fartsy, if you say the least. So that's where this is coming from. Eventually it will come together, but yes, right now it's a little abstract because it's just some boxes, and I will put in details and other things as we go along. Hold on a second. see Matthew Berg wrote something there. I'm planning to submit to that too. Don't know if I'll be considered. Hey, gotta try. Exactly. That's who's to say we can't be considered, you know? Who's to say? So one of the things I got to do on this piece here is get this thing all squared up the way I want. Mike Patrick, there are no fart jokes, so yeah, maybe it doesn't work. But I will see about incorporating some stank in this thing, some stank. And so I just need something like that. I'm gonna do some line work and stuff in these to make it make more sense. I might actually cut this finger just a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, now this one, well, that one's going to be a pain, but this one I need to, actually both of those I need to do at the same time. Okay, so let me do the eyeballs next. The eyeballs should be relatively easy. I'm going to do 2 eyeballs over here, 2 eyeballs on this side. Actually, you know what I should be doing? I'd make this a whole lot easier. Instead of cutting out individual eyeballs, let's make a sheet of white if I don't already have one, and I might even have one right here. Aha! That'll make my life easier. Because then I can use them for bones. I want to make the skulls cut paper and then just add in the little extra bones as we go along. So 2 little eyeballs and a nose coming out of the darkness. I have to probably shrink these down a little bit. Okay, let's see. Trim. Take this one and trim. 2 little eyeballs like that. Okay. Can at least paint in the one nose. Just painting that one nose. I'm just grabbing this little pigment here and let's let that dry. Back in and touch up the tip of it.
$70 for the DJ Super Rainbow.
Okay. Again, if people have questions, throw them in the comments. Go. Make a quick little adjustment up here just to make, whoa, that brush about crazy up there. Let's get the whites of those eyes up there maybe a little bit more jazzy. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm also going to come with the black paint this other direction and sort of soften this nose. If I can get this brush to work. There we go. I'm going to sort of fade it as best I can back into the darkness. Darkness. That's not looking great so far, but we'll get there. It'll take a few passes. And I want my black. Posca marker. And then I want Where's that orange? I have orange out here. There we go. That. So coming out of the darkness there. Two little eyebrows above. Alley-oop. Not do that. Right there. Let's try this again. Little correction to be made. Okay. Let me try this off real quick. Okay, teacher Marin asked a question. It's a very good question. It says, how do you know if an image is targeting 0 to 5 versus 5 to 8 years old? What do you do differently? So some of it is just basic like color understanding, i.e. That little kids gravitate more towards sort of brighter colors. There's certain like concepts that are maybe a little bit harder or more challenging for the audience depending on sort of age range, etc. So there's that challenge of sort of who and how you deal with that doesn't make any sense. I don't particularly like those. I may actually cover those up and do them a little bit smaller. They feel big to me, just size-wise. Is that crazy talk? Let's see if I can rip them up. Rip them up knowing I can color down on top of them. It's been a challenging piece in general. I think it's just they look like cartoony. They look like Simpson eyes to me, and I don't want Simpson eyes in this. If that makes any sense. So there's like certain color cues, shape cues, things of that sort that kind of can make a character lean a little younger, a little older, a little more naive, etc. And so like in a case like this, I want to make sure that I get the characters and the color to be a little bit more mature. And so that's why I'm using like some grays and things of that sort to try to like make the image not so pristine. Like they're just allowed to have some more interesting sort of palette variation. So I'm trying to hit that essentially. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make these a little bit more small, so they're not so big. And here, I just like the idea of this separation too, like they're just further apart. This is really just meant to be a, like, not necessarily a stare down, but a like, oh no, what did we do? Or what did I do? Sort of moment. Between the two characters, so. So, uh, Matthew Briggs, yeah, there is that part about the postal thing, and so I'll have to come up with an idea. I'm gonna try to write that tonight or tomorrow, the best I can. I have maybe an idea of something I want to do, but ideas are generally not the problem. It's the finding the way to make it work, and so that's the harder part. How do I make something that will actually work technically? I want it to work. There we go. That looks better to me, like that. And then what I'll do is I'll put the little brows on top. Let's see. Just like that. Not much. Big, long, gaping space. One of the things I was actually thinking about doing tonight for this was a piece that would be like a mail postage sort of thing, but I opted out of it because I want to do something a little bit more strange. And so this is more strange for sure. This is definitely more strange. That's his tummy talking. That's his tummy talking. Honey, Lauren, are you upstairs? Hey, Lauren, if you're listening to this of any sort, my parents keep calling. And if you could maybe call them back and see what they want so they leave me alone. They're apparently not paying attention that I'm on the internet right now. Okay, let's start making this one. This one's probably going to be the more challenging of the two. I want this one to be a little bit of a different shape, so I'm going to cut it real quick. There we go, that's better. And so that's going to fit like this. Be a little higher up. Okay, I'm going to go grab some paints for the body. Body, yaddy, 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 yaddy. So let's get I'm sure everything is well with my parents. It's actually probably a question about the mail. In fact, it's somebody's birthday coming up who shall remain nameless. And there was some packages that were arriving in the mail, and I think they're probably just checking to make sure they arrived okay, which they did. gonna have to do some photo correction of this at the end of the day. That's okay. Yeah, well, happy birthday to Cough Cough. Thank you. It's I don't even really pay much attention to that kind of stuff, but like I don't even notice when it's coming up, but others do. So I'm grateful for the love and attention that the old Hoffmann clan gives me. In those days. Let's see. Now, here comes the question. I gotta put those bananas in. I can probably just paint them with that yellow. I gotta figure it out here. Let's see. I need to get an arm here like this. Okay, let me get the face on this guy now. Because he has a weird little face too. I'll give him a little. Try to make sure I get like the right tone on some of these. And then this guy has a tail that comes out this way. What I'm going to do is get a little bit of brown, a little bit of brown in there, a little bit of that pink. Some of that pink down the end of the tail. And then I'm going to get a little bit more of that pink. I'm going to put it right in. Lauren, again, I don't know if you're listening. If you are, put it in the comments. I need a relay. Something. Okay, now this guy is going to have some pinky orange ears as well. And he has big ears here. A small ear on this side. Let me get these a little bit more pink in there. Like I'm painting this one more than I usually do. I'm okay with that. It's interesting. I think I might have to extend my session and go a little bit later than 10. It was not the intention. So I've got a lot to do tonight. But I don't think I'm going to have it done in time. We'll see. We'll see how close we get. Okay, now this guy needs a little nose. A little nose right there. I can try to blend that out a little. A little bit of white there. Then blend that out to the face a little. So I'm also going to give this guy a weird little head something or other too. I was thinking about doing this before, but I was hesitant. But now I'm looking at it, I think he needs it. He needs a little like something on the top of his head. It's just not so perfect. Okay. I'm gonna go paint in the eyes, and I'll do the bananas. Okay, banana time. Put in banana time. As one does. Banana time. Okay, we're gonna get some coloring down on these bananas here too, so you can see. Separation in the bananas. Let me get my, whoop, really close. Here somewhere. There it is, my Pagemaker. Go this way. And he has his little mouth eating. And he is a dark sort of tone. Actually, no, he needs not that. He needs a subtle variation like that. And then let's get the touch of pink right there. Look at his ear. We'll get a little more blended. Okay. And now, okay, let's get some not that one, this one. This will probably just say O in the middle. Like that. I need not that one. I want cozying up the cheeks. Okay. Now. We're going to get in here. We're going to do this. I'm going to do all the words in here. I'm going to make them nice and big. And I have but now I got to do the head. It's probably going to be the most challenging. Do it the right size so it sort of fits in the center here like this. I got to put a face in the middle too. That at least gives me a start. I wonder if this should actually be that yellow there. Try covering it up. Let's see. So it's sort of the opposite of what we get. This one over here. So it's like that. Is that weird? Maybe a little weird, but not too bad. Let's see. Put that in there like this. Cover that up. So how's that? Sort of. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Lauren, again, if you're listening, I need you to let me know you're listening so I can relay something. Okay. Someone comes. Okay, you're there, Miss Loran. My parents are trying to call multiple times. What? Oh, okay. 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 Thank you. I'm gonna try this one again. Not liking the setup on it. Where are we time-wise? Doing okay so far. I think you'll understand when I finish peeling this up and putting down the new one why I want to change it. Which is that it is 2 1 wide. I'm sorry, tall. But also a little, the faces weren't sort of lining up in a way that I liked. Okay, that's probably better. Let me put this down. In fact, let me get a little bit of other colors in this, just so it feels akin to the one up top a little bit. There we go. Right angle for this, like that. See, be stretched out there. Where's my brush? There you go. Okay. Now let's get those faces in there. That should be better. Because now I can go in here and put those faces in where they should actually be. and not in the wrong spot. I want to put it out to the edge so I can do a smear frame of sorts. Oh, I just stabbed my finger. I don't know if people just heard my stomach, but boy, oh boy, did it make a noise. I'll do this. I'm going to go in here and make the weird smear frame to showcase that there is a head shaking back and forth. Okay, now I'm going to put the nose in. Although those faces could use a little bit of a lighter tone to them, so I'm going to about lighten them up just a touch. Tiny bit lighter. Just some moments on them. Okay, let's try it. go. The one you use to lighten. What kind of pen is that, please? Kind of pen or what kind of brush? To lighten the smear faces. So I was using, I have two different brushes here. I have a, what is this? A 10-0 liner brush, and this is a 0 angular shader, or some people call it a chisel brush, as it sort of looks like a chisel, and it's set up. So, this, get these. I think I'm going to come in and actually do these. With a Posca marker. Let me get my brush here. Actually, I'm gonna put these in with a little bit of brushwork because I think the okay, where are we at time-wise? We're getting there. It's a question of, do I want to put in anything that says, I'm going to do it with this. Let me just see what it looks like. So it's like, shake, shake, shake. I'll do this. I'm going to write in these. marker to do this with. I don't think I do, because this one's not sharp. Yeah. What's this? I was thinking if I had a marker like this, I might be able to go into maybe a little test run on a scrap here. No, I don't think so. I think I'll do it with a brush, if anything. Okay, let me do the squishing part. There's that. I can paint the bananas accordingly on top. Okay. Let's go paint these other bananas. So, the other bananas are a series of this, a little bit of green, a little bit of the burnt sienna, get the base color down. Let's get this. Need this smashed. Sort of explosion of bananas happening. Now I'm going to get the interiors of the banana. It needs to be this much lighter. Just get this thing to feel kind of explosive. Here, so when I put the other hand on top of it, it feels like it has been destroyed. Just a little bit shorter. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Ow. So here's what I'm going to do, because I'm pushing up at 9:50 right now. I'm going to stop the feed. I'll come back. I'll finish off the rest of this. So it'll be a part 1 and a part 2. Part 2 will just be probably another like 20, 25 minutes max. So for those that are watching, if you want to tune back in, it will take about 2 minutes, maybe max, for that to happen. So bear with me. We are on part 2, count it, part 2 of an evening here of Gab and Doodle. Why is it not coming up with a live feed? There we go. I'm working on a comic little page for a submission here. This is what it is. I think I'm going to say, can I have banana? My tummy tries to talk. And then no. He says, just one. The same guy shakes his head. He says, no handouts. And they both question what's going on. And they're both dead because there's no more food. So I'm down to the last little bit. I need to put in the words here, but then I need to do the skeletons that are there. So it's going to be a minute, but bear with me. I'm going to try to do my best to get this done tonight. If you have questions, I'm going to throw in a comment here that says, ask me anything. And feel free to ask away. I'm going to pin that so you can see it. And I'm going to try to get this done in the next little bit. So what I need from folks is just entertaining conversation. That's what I need. I need people to talk to me, to say things, to be polite, to enjoy the evening. And I need a bigger brush. So I want to do this in less of that's a 1. Is a 1 big enough? Let's see if I have another size up by any chance. If I don't, that's okay. A 1 will work. Might have to work. What I'm going to do here is try to get that lettering in real quick at the top. I might actually try to make a little space for some nice clean white paint here, just so I'm not fighting against it. There we go. I mean, I could actually use a marker, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'll save that. Yeah, this is better. Okay, so I want to feel a little childlike in this, so my lettering's going to be a little funky here. So almost too big. I wonder if I can save that. Let's see. Scrub that away. Might need to make a little bit more of a black tone here. It's a little too big, I think. If I do this, ooh, look at that. Would you even know? Maybe. Okay, let's start that over. It's just a little big, that's all. Let's try this again. Let's try here. have Surgicel. Can I do that digitally? Meaning the lettering? I could, but I always like the idea of the original having this embedded in it. So can I have banana? Let me just. And banana. My. Okay, now I'm just gonna make sure these are a little bit brighter. Okay. Getting there. So again, for those that are watching, if you have any questions, you ask away, and I'm happy to help. is. I'm gonna go. We're getting there. This guy needs to be just a touch rounder there. Okay, and then down here, it looks like I put a little bit of paint in a spot that I don't want. And so where is that brush I was using? There it is. See if I can do this again. You're none the wiser. Here we go. I had this piece right there, but let me see if I can do it with this. Okay, so what I need to do is cut the basic shapes that I had before to make them skull-like. And so this one is like this. Come up here, like that. Wait, let me cut that way. And so this one needs to like this. This is right there. And then use this little, he's got 2 teeth, so okay, can I have multiple teeth? Okay. And then I'm gonna give them little ribby cages. Yeah, I think the rest I'll just draw in. But like here's a little ribby cage there. And then this guy gets, it's a ribby cage plus hips. Let's go, I'll have this like that. Back in here. I think that was just a little bit too big for me. This one's a little bit too big. Okay, there we go. I'm actually gonna turn this down just a little bit too. They're not quite as tall, so they sit closer to what they are up above. I wonder if this one should say later, like time has passed. just a little too big too, so I'm gonna. Trim this one down. I'm gonna hang this guy where he is, roughly. His little rib cage and whatnot there. Okay, now let's do this. Get in here and do this. Okay, so need a bone right there. Need bone right here. Let's go all the way off. This one goes, there's a patella right here. And then another set of bones that run down. This way. And then another little leg right here. What I'm gonna do is give him okay, now this guy needs his little jawbone. Let's get, he has this little bone here, and then a little patella, and little toes right there. And then this leg comes down this way. He's got a couple bones right there. And then he's got a bone right there. And he's got, let's see, this one and this one. gonna stop somewhere on here. And then he's got two little bones that come up like that. And then those sort of end and turn into a hand. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do the tail in both of these. Okay, there's that one. And then I'm going to do this one. It sort of comes out. Almost. Yeah, I'm on a second little part. I stopped it just so it wouldn't stop in the middle because it was so close. Thank you. I need a little touch of brown. It's gonna be brown with like little black spots and flies flying around it. Little pile. Right here. Let me. Yes, I can do that. Yep, that's fine. I can do that. I will do that right now. I think that may be it. A couple of little minor tweaks, but nothing real major. Oh, you know what I did need? I did need this over here. I need little. What? What'd you say? Yeah. Okay, I think that's it for the night. I'm gonna get this all cleaned up. I'll showcase it on a clean stage for us all. Let's see. So here's my sketch, so everybody can see that while I'm cleaning up some of this. Here's the color palette that I originally started with, which I had all sorts of problems with. It was too light, and so when I did the bones, they wouldn't show up, and blah, 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 blah. It's not far off, but it was not great for what I needed. And again, I'm just continuing to clean up and get stuff organized here, so it's not so messy on my surface. Desk. And then I will put it on a lovely dark background so it looks clean. And then I'll wrap for the night. Rip, rap, rippity-doo. As one says. Go up there. I can go up there. These brushes can go in here. This can go over here. That can go there. This can go here. This can go here. This can go here. This can go here. This could go here. This could go here. This could go here. This could go here. Go here. And then let's get this up here and away. That works. So I'll do the final like this. So here we go. It says, in the original sketch, it says, "Can I have a banana? My tummy tries to talk." The one guy says, "No." And then, "Just one." "No, no, no. No handouts." So he squishes them all. And then they look at each other, realizing something's wrong. And then they're both dead. And so here's the final version of that. "Can I have banana? My tummy tried to talk. No, just one. Shake, shake, shake. No handouts. Oh, And that is that. I hope that people enjoyed tonight's session. The first part is already up and posted. So if you're interested in seeing the first part where I had Laura Zarrin on, that is available for you to enjoy. Again, go check out her work. This is part 2. And I will see you next week when we have on Esme Shapiro. James is done. Thank you. Teacher Marin, thank you. And it was kind of a quiet evening. I have a lot of little touch-ups that I have to do on this to get it nice and clean. But essentially, that is done for the eve. You all have a lovely evening. I will see you next week at 6 o'clock. Bye, everybody.